still the one, and I need someone so high. Pull up in the
Wash away the toxicity.
With my passion, and yeah, the candles were in, and yeah, the candles were in, and it's time for you to join the current. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning the clouds and hoping never.
Hustle and grind culture is another version of it. I can sleep when I'm dead. You'll be dead.
It's showtime. Come in and have a drink with the whole crew. Come on and join the panel or chill from the chat. Do it how you wanna do. The misfit thoughts keep the whole chat lit. Ooh, and soon you'll be a part of it too. So come back again, my friend, or we'll come find you. Here we go again.
What's up?
Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll be back again. Now let's make one thing clear. Because of you is why we're here. You give us life, you give us love. That is why we want you give to our heart. Come and join the show, 'cause we need you to grow. So pull up a chair and share with us all of the things you know. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning in love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll come back again.
And like the song say, hey, don't, I will come find you. Easy way. Or the hard way.
Amazing.
I got my own platform. If I got something to say, I hit my live button, ho.
I do, and I did. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'd like to welcome you to Critically Drinking. I'm your host, Rashawn. We got Little Yella over here. Little guy. Hey, little guy. Hey, little guy. But yeah, I know Yella is here now. Rico should be joining us shortly, but I, wanted to greet everybody that is here. I do appreciate you. Enjoyed the conversations yesterday. Today is day 2 of 2 shows, but our second show today will be over on Twitch with Yella, Bigger Yella. And Thursday, again, we will be back here one more time on YouTube for a bigger conversation where we tackle the homophobia in the men's side of the dustosphere, manosphere. Summerman's Pies. Hey, twin, how you doing? Hello, hello, hello. Hello. It is probably, 10 p.m. over there? 8 p.m.? I don't know. I can't do the math. But good to see you, Summer. I am going to ask everybody that can pop up in the chat. I know a few of you, a lot of you, all of you are probably working or at school or just otherwise occupied. But today I need your help in choosing which topic we start with. Since Rico is not here and I have Little Yella, I'm going to show you. I'm going to put this up there. We have a poll. Which topic you would like to begin with, and here are the topics. Here's what we have on tap, but you get to select. We have generational cap. Do younger generations ignore or dismiss racism? Yes, something Rico wanted to talk about, which, of course, he's a little late. But again, he's working too. He's stealing company time. Don't tell his boss, because he's probably still on the clock till 5. But he be over here in chat land and on panel land at 2, 3 p.m. So I just want to let y'all know. If you ever need to turn in Rico, get him. Number 2, going prime time. Deion Sanders choosing players by family situation. Did I misspell that? Okay. But Deion Sanders did talk about choosing some of his players based on whether they had a father, if they had a single mother. That was an interesting conversation. And number 3, white flight. Get away from black people. So that is talking about that Dilbert guy, Scott McAdams, something like that. So, Rico wanted to talk about that a little bit. And lastly, black male identity. And I'm recently ungendered and unraced. So we can talk about black male identity. Do we need to diversify or become more femme-powered? So, put a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4 in the chat. And what is up, Wally Verse Media? Appreciate you being in the building, my guy. While we are waiting for anybody that is in the chat to decide, we got a 2 from Yellow Pill. Okay. While we are waiting, again, I just want to throw another thanks out there for from Renee of I Digress for the.
She said the nigga so got cash app.
Cash app, cash app. She don't make a move without cash app. Cash app, cash app. Send that money over to her ass app.
Okay, my bad. I like that. Anyway, thank you again, Renee of I Digress for the cash app last night. That was appreciated. But again, we got a couple of 2s. We got 2 2s from the men. We got a 4 from Summer. But I want to remind everybody to take a minute and do something for me. 21, can you do something for me?
Let's get into it. Right now, we should keep the likes over 50%. We should have over 4,000 likes.
Like
Like is an umbrella term. So you can like any aspects. Like you might like the product, you might like the way they like things.
like him, like we like.
It's over 9,000! 9,000? There's no way that can be right! It can't!
They are free. So go ahead and get me up over 9,000 likes, man. I appreciate all of y'all. Hit them likes. Yesterday's stream in the afternoon with those little clips in there, that's actually the highest liked video that I've done. So, I'm assuming those work and people need to be reminded. I know I'm often needing to be reminded because I forget. Just come into a stream, start chatting, start watching, start listening. So thank you all for hitting the like button yesterday. Because I did see almost like a doubling of the likes. It might have been less than that. It might have been, might have been like 50% more. But either way, that's significant. But we do have old, extra salty ass Uncle Rico over here. Hello, sir. Salty ass Rico. That's so funny.
How's it going, sir? Sorry, apologies for the little bit lateness, but you know how I am.
It's all good. It's all good. I told everybody if they had any grudges, that Rico is still in company time. So if you ever need to, if he's ever up until 5-6 p.m., he's probably still in company time. So if you got a grudge against him, just turn him in.
There you go. And the real Hefe they don't know is the Mrs. That's the one that really come in with the smoke.
Yeah, that's the one. As soon as I saw her face when you introduced me to her, I was like, I know who runs things. I know.
I ain't ashamed to admit it. That's that is what I think is part the problem with especially some of the young men in these spaces. They ashamed to admit it, or they like to pretend, that whole manosphere space. And let me just say this real quick. Again, I know I told you by text or whatever the case may be. But I think, I finally got to the end of the live with you and Yellow. I didn't see your second one. I saw the first one. And I just thought it was a masterpiece. I see why it got the most views. That shit need to be required reading, listening, or watching, because it was like, wow.
Y'all be gassing me up so much, man.
No, man, no, that's not. I raised you right. I feel proud now that what I'm saying. You came into this space and you got out that shit, and I was a part of that, and I was like, I raised my boy right. But that was it was good, and two of those ladies, I've always thought I've had decently favorable views of, and still do, but you guys sliced and diced that shit surgically. So, like you say, like or don't like, that's not the point. The point is the point. And then the third one, I'm just like you. I just think it's just a complete fucking buffoon. So, like I said, two of them I liked. I would have hoped would have done better. I don't think that they're beyond redemption, but
Yeah.
to be redeemed, you have to ask. You got, but people are so hard to do that. They step in shit, they get called out on it, and they just want to double and triple down or
Double
just
down.
I refuse to apologize. And when I started with you, I told you if it's one thing, if we get some shit wrong and they call it out, I'm apologizing.
Yeah.
Hey, I shit the bed, I got it wrong, and we can move on. Or but like I said, in the third one, she's just a fucking moron. I can't find anything
redeemable.
And I don't think she's a bad person. She's a fucking moron. And I do believe in the space that as you said, I've said, and you heard me say it before, everybody shouldn't have a voice.
Man,
they just shouldn't. They shouldn't. And if I had the Thanos snap, probably 100% of black YouTube would be gone. And probably maybe another 80-90% of white YouTube. I would just snap those motherfuckers out of existence. Man. And I'm starting to think it's starting to do more harm than any good.
I know it is. I'm gonna tell you. I didn't say this on the stream yesterday. And hello, Nia. Appreciate you for being in the building. I was over my friend's house this weekend, and I promise you, I know we say a lot of things, and I'm gonna bring these points together. Especially that we say things like this is just the internet. And this is just the internet, and we're just here to have fun. When I was over at my friend's house, a couple of them work in education, and they were talking about these girls picking on each other. Well, one girl asked another one what she thought about her, and they was like, don't ask if you don't want to know. But the one girl told her, they called her, she said, you're a pick-me. And I'm like, no, the internet lingo is bleeding out. Then I thought about it because, enough people have said it that even I'm susceptible to hearing things and starting to accept it too. Everybody's like, a lot of these things didn't come out until the internet. But then I thought about it. People may not have had the language, but people were doing the same things offline. People have always had terms for people that were like tricks, John, somebody that was spending money. There was always some label to throw on somebody that you didn't agree with or didn't like the way they moved. So we're just taking, because the internet didn't make any of this stuff up. The internet didn't make people up. People existed before. So all of these concepts are from us. So there's no internet safety land where this is just the internet and it stays here. This stuff is traveling. And because all of us have families and friends and their viewers and they have families and friends, that's why we can't eradicate things like racism, because we keep passing on bad thought. We keep passing on bad information. And if somebody doesn't stop, if it's our job individually to stop it.
But can I ask you? So because I was just on the stream a little while ago, and I was saying, and it's just maybe my thought process that it never amazes me. So I know we're in Black YouTube, so it's a space, and I think no evidence, no one can say, and people will argue ad nauseum one way or the other. I think Black YouTube probably accounts for maybe 15% of our population. I don't think the vast majority, because none of my 5 sons, they're like, I don't even know what you're talking about, Dad. So there are huge pockets of the Black population. And I only came into this space through the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, I didn't know none of y'all existed. Now, I believe that you've existed pre-pandemic, but you were getting no oxygen. And obviously through the pandemic, us all being having to be shut in, it created a captive audiences. So things were allowed to spread over the internet because the internet, short of television, was our only really widely used tool. But you're right. And I see where 15% of these toxic, of the population that I seen you guys, the communities I seen you discuss yesterday, I'm like, some of those exist outside. But that language is starting to permeate outside of the internet. I don't want to be hopeless. I almost feel hopeless when we spend so much time in these spaces. It's depressing as hell. It's disappointing. It breaks your heart. I'm like you. I'm just like, I don't want to be Black no more. I just don't. White people, when you say I don't even want to be white, but it's just like, what's wrong? This is crazy. We got to be better than this. We have to be. So I only say that it's like, how does such a small minority be so vocal and can have such an outsized influence, the same as we know with gang members? Gang members may account for 10% of the black community, but 50% of the problems. They have an outsized influence, and that's something that I can't say it again. Watching you and Yella and even Mandrill yesterday, I was so impressed because that was a surgical textbook takedown, a discussion. That was the discussion that those fucking shit throwing monkeys should have had Friday. And that's what I call them, shit throwing monkeys. That's the discussion because I'm like, why bullshit around and play like I didn't see any integrity, any honesty, and even trying to find out that they weren't trying to have an honest conversation. They wasn't. They were just trying. It was the most homophobic, bigoted, and it bothers me because as an older man, one of the last of the boomers, when I grew up in a wildly homophobic era, if I can evolve, you ain't got no fucking excuse being younger than me. You got to tell me I'm 58. Tell me you 78. Okay, well, in different time. But if I'm 58 and I'm trying to evolve and I'm far more evolved than y'all, and I still am problematic, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, so, I'm with you. We got to be the basement. I just want to shout out to Mr. Rucker. Now, I want Yella to pop in a second, because and shout out to Bree. Hello, Bree. But Mr. Rucker, I've noticed, I've seen a couple of Mr. Rucker's videos, and you be making an appearance. Now he's kind. He kid gloves you. He treats you fairly, Rico. But I guess you hang out in some spaces. Yeah. I guess you hang out in some other spaces. I never heard of Peso Man. I've been seeing Mr. Rucker tear him a new one.
Oh, but you gotta see. We just ain't got the Rucker duck yet. We ain't got the prenup yet. No, prenup. Just come over there trying to defend them whoremongers. We be slaying the passport bros. That's all. And my whole ideology behind slaying them is the way they demean and degrade American black women. And Rucker be doing that shit too. He be over there caping for them. That's why he got destroyed. Oh, Rico. I'm like, man, you can go over there and fuck all the whores you want. Stop degrading American black women. Because they're not making you go over there and do that. But that's the language that they traffic in and the tropes. And I will not stand for it. So, and I have credibility because, I have a property overseas in the DR. I have a passport, but I ain't no fucking passport, bro. And I'm not going to allow y'all to demean my mother, my sister, my daughter, my granddaughter. I'm not, see, there you go, dick police. You stop dick. So that's what I tell them, right? Hey, Yellow, they be like, you dick police. And I'm like, you dick protector. And what they're actually doing is it goes into, it piggybacks on the conversation. They're actually literally overseas in these countries exploiting women who are at the bottom of the socioeconomic scale. And a lot of those are black women in those countries. And they're taking advantage of them, sleeping with them while they're trying to feed their kids. I'm like, y'all some fucking degenerate. And when they refuse to pay them, I'm like, give them a livable wage. They're trying to fuck them for $20. But y'all ridiculous. Seriously. Us. They look like us, Arshawn. They're us that's doing it. And over there making it rain and getting run out of countries. There people like, so when you Yellow and you want to go travel overseas, you're gonna have to deal with the stereotypes that these sorry motherfuckers create. Yes, they are. That's real. So that's the space. There you go. He's still.
Let's go, Yella. You ready?
There you go.
I'm not going over there. I'm not going no motherfucking way. If I can't find a chick in my area code, nigga, I'm good. I just ain't gonna find me a chick then. Yeah, I'm not putting it. I don't want to put in that much work in the relationship, let alone having to go find a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I'm 35. I ain't trying to work that hard.
They ain't over there getting no relationships.
I know, but
that's
still,
not what they going over there for.
You might as well be because you're making a whole ass investment. God damn it! So you just and look, man, I don't fuck with them niggas neither for that reason too. Because you got to try to drag women, American women, on the way out.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Nigga, it's a cop out. Look, as much gripe as I got against women, and I say that shit because I don't trust y'all as far as I can throw you,
Right.
and I can't throw you, so that ain't pretty much far. So think about it like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's that. But look, man, I'm always going to shoot for the home team. You know what I'm saying? I'm always playing for the home team. Plus,
Right.
I can't go into no little village where the flies be on their butt all the time, and that's gonna be the woman that I'm gonna bro. I'm sorry. So whatever they looking for over there, it ain't worth it.
Right.
It ain't worth
I
it.
mean, that's it. So that's where Rucker Duck see me at, and of course, you know, I mean, it's guys over there that's being exposed for being involved in sexual assaults. I mean, all kinds of. I mean, some grimy ass dudes. And when they get called out, like, oh, they grown. I'm like, man, that's no excuse. That's no excuse. So, I mean, if I would call a behavior out here in the neighborhood, I can call it out over there too.
Yeah, because we tend to want to call out the past when certain people came over to a certain country that we supposed to be from and came and did that to our people and all that other shit too. So let's not act like it ain't fucked up.
Right.
You know
When
what
we
I'm saying?
do it.
Right. Because we got a gripe. And again, that goes to your point about like these black YouTube channels. Nobody feels the need to really judge the black YouTubes and the panels and what motherfuckers say, because we supposedly had this chip on our shoulder where we gotta be mad, where we get to be triggered and mad and say whatever we want to say and make any ridiculous ass claim we want to do, only because you can't really question us because we've been so oppressed. We just been so oppressed, y'all, that we just get to say it and be it. You know what I'm saying? We get to just drag anybody. We get to throw anybody under the bus because we've been so oppressed. Don't matter if most of us ain't been born since that shit been really kicking off. Like, I ain't trying to be like that. Rico might be the only one have a clear idea even what was going on at that point in time. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, oppressed. If we was oppressed, y'all, we wouldn't. Y'all, hold on, y'all realize we on the white man internet, on the white man app, using white man technology, right? I don't think they would just let us talk stupid on their shit if we was that oppressed.
But then this is the thing that sort of like what sort of hits my nerve is we speak with irresponsibility.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay, you want to talk, you want to say something, I'm all ears, but shouldn't we be responsible? And so I've never seen a group of people who are literally mimicking some of the worst hucksters of the other community to say, I can say the most knowingly false, made up, tropish, stereotype shit. And with that idiotic, as you guys said yesterday so eloquently, chew the meat, spit out the bone. And like you said, there's no fucking meat. You're literally just making things up whole cloth. You're saying it because it's provocative. It's going to get you views and likes. And then you don't care about the harm that it causes or who it causes to, and then you want to throw your hands up and say, but I'm innocent. You sound just like the gentleman we gonna talk about, Mr. Adams. How he tried to do that. Oh, that's not me. That's what this is saying. No, that's you. That's where I'm like, if you got the sense and the wherewithal to say, I'm gonna do this totally made up this sideshow to get this hustle, then you have the wherewithal and you should have the intellect to say, I'm going to speak responsibly. I'm going to be careful about my thoughts, and I'm going to consider how my thoughts could be taken. I just can't say something just provocative, knowing it's going to offend. Well, I don't care if I piss off 85 people because I'm speaking to that too. If I know I'm speaking to a small community, I need to be 10 times as careful about what I say and how I say it. And black YouTube, we're just a fucking mess. We're like, oh, I'm gonna offend 99% of y'all because I'm just talking to that one, and then you want to throw your hands up like, chew the meat, spit out the bone. No, fuck you and your meat. I'm sick of it. You didn't even have to say it. You didn't have to say it. It's like I'm gonna knock Yella down so I can say something to offend everybody. Like, really?
I love it. Rico came in like,
I hate ninjas.
I hate these ninjas. I hate these ninjas.
Read, nigga, read.
Man, Rico came in hot. But man, what's up, Marcus, my guy? Again, Bree, Mr. Rucker, appreciate y'all coming through. I did before you came in, Rico. We did a little quick poll. The people that were in the chat want to start with prime time. They want to start with Deion. So I do have that queued up, and I'm gonna play. It's approximately 2 minutes 40 seconds of the interview because I want to play the entire portion that Deion made the comments in, and then let's talk about that. Hello, Carol Young. It's nice to have you. Nice to meet you. First time that I've seen your name, so thank you for being here today.
That's a very, 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 very special viewer right there. Very special viewer right there.
You know what? That's a very interesting name, Carol. Yeah, I believe that is a special. I would have to be a special viewer. Absolutely. So let's start with Deion, because Deion is not. He is not foreign. He stays in controversy. He has a passport or a green card? No, visa. He has a visa. He's constantly making his home in controversy. So let's see what this man got to say. That slave trade energy. I'm actually going to defend what he says, but I'm gonna let him say what he says.
And he did his thing, you know. And the kid he's a winner. You can say what you want about him. At the end of the day, he wins and he comes up.
Can you tell who that is just by talking to him now that you're walking in the living rooms and you're seeing more and more and more?
We have different attributes: smart, tough, fast, disciplined with character.
Yep.
We're looking at now quarterbacks are different.
Yeah.
We want mother, father, dual parent.
Mm-hmm.
We want that kid to be 3, 5 and up because he got to be smart.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad decisions off the field at all,
Mm-hmm.
because he has to be a leader of men. It's so many different attributes and what we look for when we see a quarterback. And you would love a coach's son. Somewhere that the coaches coached him, and I'm not going down my road. I see you smiling because
I know who your quarterback is.
He's
right
talking
now.
about my son. I didn't just build a template for my son, but that's what really we look for in quarterbacks. Different positions are different. Like O lineman, I look for dual parent homes,
right?
A strong father that they adhered to,
right?
Smart kid, at least 3.3 and above.
You're also describing Hurts.
Yeah, tough.
Well. I mean,
physical. I mean, offensive lineman. Defensive lineman is totally opposite.
What do you mean?
Single mama. Trying to get it. He's on free lunch. I mean, I'm talking about just trying to make it. He trying to rescue mama. Like mama barely made the flight.
Trying to get out the mud.
And I want him to just go get it. It's a whole different attributes that you look for in different positions. And we have that stuff just chronicled. We know what we want and we go get it.
Deion Sanders.
Yeah, fellas, I'm gonna let me just greet new Black Hearted with New Growth, Old Soul. Shout out to you again. I'm catching up on your video since I just subscribed to you recently. The one I did see, I commented on, I liked it, and I have a couple other in my watch later. But I've been streaming heavy this week, so I haven't caught up. But I mean, you dropping some gems over there, so hopefully more people go over there and check out his channel. Black Hearted with New Growth, Old Soul. Go check out his content because he does some speak pieces, not very long, in that like 20-minute range, very digestible. So if you like that type of content, the VODs, not instead of the live streams, check them out. Definitely. Leave Deion alone? Nah. Yep. As soon as I heard it, I was like, well. So, gentlemen, I'm gonna let either of you, whichever one of you want to start, I'll let y'all jump in because I'm gonna be the advocate on this one.
You want to go first, Yella?
I was gonna say I probably am too because I'm just sitting over here like absolutely. So
well, let me do this, okay? let me for full disclosure. Let me know. Let me say this. I'm a very good friend of a person who knows Deion well, and neck was broken by one of his sons. Ooh. So when I speak in that context, I know that. I've seen all the court depositions that Deion had to answer, and it's all up on YouTube. I've seen it all with Deion sitting there answering the questions. See, we know well his son Shador. We don't know his older son Shiloh, who broke a close friend of mine that was a school resource officer in Texas, and he broke his neck, and the man is disabled today. He's disabled. He's not in a wheelchair, but he's on permanent disability. He was a former baseball player, so on and so forth. So, and I know that everybody favors Deion. I've always liked him. I still like him. The guy who got disabled by his son still likes him, but he's not all, that. Now, so I'm just saying that. But when I understand why he got the pushback, because I know I coached youth football for 15, 20 years. Yes, we spoke like that. However, it is when he's talking about defensive linemen, we heard everything but black, but we all heard black. We all heard in that definition, I want some little niggas on that D-line because they're hungry, they're this, they're that, they're aggressive, they're like little because that's what you want as a defense, as a coach. If you coach football on your defensive line because they're boxed in, you want animals. That's what you want. You want animals there. You want caged animals to be cut loose. And the description, I said that's why I gave the full disclosure in it. But it may make me biased, but it doesn't make it untrue. So what I'm saying is, I only say that because when he described that about these defensive men on the defensive line, he's also not describing his own, who comes from what he thought should have been good character, but necessarily wasn't. And then what I'm saying is, there's no statistical evidence that all the defensive linemen in football come from single mothers. I'm pretty sure a lot of them had fathers. Lots of them. You can't tell me all the defensive linemen that were successful, possibly Hall of Famers, because even white defensive linemen back in the day, they came from two-parent homes. And they're full of two-parent homes. So to create a caricature of what would create what you want, it shows a lack of intelligence. It's just a stereotype. It's a trope. He could have said, I want him hard. I want him tough. I want him physical. He could have described that in so many other ways than the demonization of black women. What has a single mother got to do with anything? I just don't understand with the single mother. You could say, okay, I want them to come from hard upbringing, to be tough, to be, to stern. To me, I was like, I didn't get the whole single mother thing, other than as if he's trying to describe these young black men from free lunch. Who do we think is on free lunch? Mama can barely get the ticket to get there. He's talking about poor people. He's talking about poor people as a whole. And yeah, he's divorced twice too. Yeah, forgot. But he is talking about poor people. So basically, my defensive lineman, I don't want them to come from middle class. I don't care. Like, middle class kids don't get tough. Like, wealthy kids can't be tough. He spoke specifically, I want my defensive line to come from poverty-stricken conditions. And if you heard anything else, please explain it to me. Where other than poor, mama can't get there, free lunch, single mama. I hear poor, 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 poor. Why are we picking on poor people? Why are we shitting on poor? If the kid's playing football and he's helping you and you want him, I'm trying to recruit you, but you just told your defensive lineman, anybody if I'm a defensive lineman, I already know what you think of me. Don't come knock on my fucking door. That's not the way you recruit anyway. I know what you think of me, Deion. Now, I know Nick Saban might think the same thing. But Nick Saban's smart enough not to say it. They all think it, but why say it? Why say it? And we if the argument's going to be, well, what's wrong with saying it? Then I guess the white boys can start next, huh? But will we up and on? Like I said, if Nick Saban had said that, everybody would have been upset. Everybody would have been upset if Nick Saban or I forgot the coach of Georgia, because we would have taken offense to it. So I'm just saying especially after what you so eloquently did yesterday. If we're going to take exception to non-black people speaking to us in that way, I don't see where Deion gets a pass. And as you said, this is not his first rodeo stepping into these things and these type of topics. So when is he required to educate and evolve? Or he shouldn't have to. We're just giving certain people passes to shit on us ad nauseum for infinity. I say no. But next person up.
All right. So I guess the reason why I don't have an issue with it, it's kind of a weird disposition. It kind of goes into why I feel the way I felt yesterday. I done disconnected from it all, Rico. So when I hear that, I can't pick up the black victim flag all the time. You see what I'm saying? So when I hear that, I'm not automatically associating that with us. I'm associating that with the archetype that he described. Because that can be white kids, that can be Mexican kids, that can be any kids. You know what I'm saying? Is what he described right on what he want on his team? Yeah. I would probably want them same characteristics too if I'm building a football team. I need it, and it don't sound no different from how people hire in businesses. Those who tend to have a better background, a better resume, tend to get the more leadership geared jobs, i.e. the quarterback, who is damn near the CEO on the field. But see, I'm looking at it like that's how the world's supposed to go. Because I don't see it as oh, he was just talking to black people and he was down in black women and single mothers and all that shit. I'm looking like somebody got to be the grunts. Like we got to make it work like that, or it's not gonna work like that. If everybody led, nobody does the hard work. If everybody delegating, ain't nobody moving, ain't nobody shoveling the dirt, right? Somebody got a point, somebody got a shovel, right? I understand like that's how the world works. So I can't be mad if that's what he's looking for, because at the end of the day, I know through the process he's describing, and it might not be every other process, but the process he describing, that grunt got a good chance of making something out of himself.
Can I ask a question? If we played back the video, and I'll just say this, sorry for cutting you off, Yella, because what I think about now when I hear it back again, though, when he described the quarterback and the offensive line, he described character traits.
Yeah.
He didn't describe any on the defensive line. He didn't describe one character trait. He said single mother, free lunch, mama can't get a flight.
He was describing describing the environment.
Right, but so he's not describing a single character trait. He didn't describe
a character trait on the offensive. He did no. Right, he said those kids tend to produce leadership.
Great leaders.
He wanted. That's what I'm saying. Right. So this is what I'm saying. I get what you're saying. Right.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily that he was speaking to their character. He was speaking to the environment that they come from. That environment tends to breed those type of kids.
Right.
The thing is that if that's the system you building, you gotta build it like that. That's just how it is. Like, I mean, I get what you're saying, because you could take it any way you want, but that's also how I look at our people too. Because when it's time to chew the meat and spit out the bones, we don't. You see what I'm saying? It's like we wanna harp on his words and how he described the players that he getting, but then look at what happens to the players that he's getting. He's not getting no bums and they're not turning into nothing. Most of the players he encountered get better. He's producing a winning program, right?
Right.
So at the end of the day, because it's just like, to me, this is, if this was like one or two things he probably didn't say or did, cool. But I can't look at it like that, because I know how the greater the greater black view of it is, right? Same way they tried to drag him when he just left Jackson State, which wasn't a bad move. See what I'm saying? Like I don't separate those two thoughts. I know those two school of thoughts tend to come from the same direction, right? Because if you mad at what he's saying, then you don't understand corporate business, right? On a certain level. If you mad at what he's saying, then you don't understand how you build a certain fucking program from the ground up. Somebody gonna have to be on top. Somebody gonna have to be on the bottom. That don't mean that when you get there, you can't move yourself up. And he just got there. Technically, hold on. Technically, he didn't produce nothing at Colorado. He didn't change the whole culture before the fucking ball been even snapped over there. You wasn't talking about Colorado football. I wasn't. None of us was talking about Colorado football in the last 10 years. Now, the only reason you remember that Colorado football exists is because Deion Sanders did that.
That's true. That's the same with Jackson State where he was.
Exactly. Ain't nobody give a damn about Jackson State until Deion got there. So,
but Yellow, you will admit words matter.
It depends on how you take them.
But I'm saying words matter. And when we're in certain positions, they matter even more. So I don't think it's too much of a stretch to expect Deion Sanders, a man that's been in the limelight pretty much all his whole life. So this is not new. And he speaks of this great Christian background and so on and so forth. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to expect him to have spoken better. I know what his intention and his idea was.
I understand that.
I know what it's, and I don't begrudge, like, yeah, as a football coach, I want physically demanding, mean, because where you are on the offensive and defensive line, it's like charging two rhinoceroses or two bulls against each other. But I'm not going to speak any differently about those guys than I would the defensive back, the cornerback, because you want that from your whole team. But obviously, we always used to call them the big boys. The big boys, the offensive line and defense line, the big boys. We got to, and that is the most physically demanding position.
Yes, sir.
You might as well be like a sumo wrestler, all that weight, all the leg injury, career-ending injury, just so much. But his idea of what would determine, almost making it like intellectually, I do find it to be very problematic. I can see he's got to, if he's not willing to evolve his word choice and his conversation, then he might as well get used to this pushback, and he can't keep crying. Oh, they're always picking on me. They're always picking on me. I'm like, no, Deion, you gotta, like everybody else, we gotta learn to speak better.
No, I could agree with that. If that's what we talking about the year, it probably could have been worded a different way. I'm just also like this too. If it ain't just outright destructive, I don't care about nobody's character that much. Right? You know what I'm saying? I know people do shit in the dark, and that's you know what I'm saying? That's everybody got their dark shit, everybody got their shit. Mm-hmm. But when you talking about results, that's what I'm saying. If you showing results, that was my whole thing yesterday. It's a lot of people that's saying that same shit and not getting no results. So all this, like, we being speculative and all that, bro. The only reason he's there is because he got the results, bro. We want to act like he didn't get the job at Colorado because he didn't accelerate the program at Jackson State.
I give him that.
Right. So you see what I'm saying? This is why I'm saying, like, when you seeing, this is why I don't rock with us on the other end. When you seeing production, now we want to try to, you know what I'm saying, pick and choose what we want, how we want you to be productive to make us feel better. No, just sometimes we need the results. Sometimes we need the results.
I don't think results should necessarily insulate you from still being required to have a certain level of morals and values and decency and character of people who don't produce results. Those are the things that I think I would like to think across the board. We all have to have the same, and obviously we can have the same morals, values, decency, character, and you could just be wildly more successful than me. And just because you're more successful than me doesn't necessarily decrease my value as a human in society. And
Right.
I don't want to get in a space where, well, people who are successful, like they're better. Like, no, they're just more successful. I give
No.
you that.
I ain't saying that because I
you.
ain't saying that because one of the main arguments that I hate what people do is they be like, well, why you worried about
money.
them? They got more money than you. All this other shit. Right. I hate that argument. Right.
I hate it.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the results with his players.
Yeah,
with his
I give him
students.
that.
That 1-to-1, right? That 1-to-1. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't. Maybe let me put it like this: I don't hold anybody's character in that high of esteem. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I don't.
True.
So for me to be like, for me to feel that strongly about it, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not gonna bother me as much as when I see nothing happening. Like, fuck, he got an opinion, but he's doing something. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And my thing is this: just because he wants them like that, and that's why I say the results are what they are. Just because he get them like that, don't mean they leave him like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And if they going through that process, and if he's looking for that type of person that's going to be that initially, then guess what? I can give him enough credit as what his results have shown that he's going to mold that person into a different person by the time they leave. So whatever environment he found them in, they don't necessarily have to stay that person. That's why when he's in there, he telling them ain't no cut off sleeves. I'm talking about the coach, right? That's what I'm saying. So I got exactly what you were saying. I'm talking about the person running the football program. He got them boys in their ties, suits, can't be wearing the sleeves cut off, gotta sit in front of the class. All this stuff is happening.
Mm-hmm.
That's why his son and most of the players off that Jackson State team even able to make the transfer with him to Colorado.
Right.
It's because he taking them boys and making results. So my thing is this: if you want to see results, certain level of results are going to require a certain level of mindset. Right? The difference is if you're not producing them results, then you're just flat out problematic. This is like the stupid scale, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I get his words is problematic, but what he's doing is having a positive impact on other people and a positive impact on him. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at it on that type of scale. So
well, he's gonna have to produce for the continued grace.
Now I ain't saying national championship in the first year.
I ain't saying that.
Right. But see, that's also the thing. If he don't go in and just go undefeated, everybody gonna be like, oh yeah, he ain't do.
I think I wouldn't care if he didn't win any game. I would want to see him evolve as a person to speak better.
It's probably gonna take him to be where he at. It's probably gonna take him to be where he at too.
So maybe be a little humbling to say, look, Deion. I mean, and I know I can believe what he was thinking. But I'm like, you got to self-reflect and say that, hey, you and everybody heard black without him using that word. So there's not a reason why, we all didn't hear black in our head for no reason, because these tropes and stereotypes have been used about us for so long that we're trying to deprogram it. But how do we deprogram it? If it's sort of like with the N-word, which I have a horrible problem with using. How do we deprogram it if we keep using it?
Can I give a suggestion? Can I give one suggestion? It ain't got to be the first step or the main step, right? First step to deprogramming is stop thinking he's talking about you. Stop thinking he's talking about us. You want to know why? I can tell you why. Hold on. I can tell you why. It was another incident like this. I can't remember exactly who it was. I can't remember the artist. It was some musician. And he had used the term bad bitch aesthetic. That was literally his phrase. Bad bitch aesthetic. Every black woman got mad because they assumed he was talking about him.
Them.
Right. He's right. They assumed he was talking about them or somebody concerning them or somebody that looked like them in their image.
Okay.
But if you run the tape back, he didn't say that. He just said women that fall in the bad bitch aesthetic. That can be any race of women, because if you go on Instagram, it ain't just black women that fall in the bad bitch aesthetic. So to sit here and just, I think I get what you're saying because that's typically what's thrown at us. I'm not taking like, you know what I'm saying? That's where we meeting at. Like that ideals is typically thrown at us, right?
Mhm.
But we do also want to jump in the way of some of these bullets too.
I give you that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's why I'm like, okay, you going because he also could be described as some white kid from a trailer park.
I don't think he was though. I think Deion
He
was.
he could be
He
because
could be, but
depending on where he recruiting from. That's what
Mhm.
I'm saying.
That's
Because
true.
all these D linemen and all these big dudes, trust me, I was one of the grunts. God damn it, I was in the trenches. God damn it, D line, O line. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
but
And I'm looking at the league now. It ain't just I'm looking at the league now. It ain't just black
no.
and white defensive linemen. Shit, you got Bosa, you got motherfucking JJ, you got the Watt brothers. You know what I'm saying? You got all them off, bro. You got them dudes out there. So I'm saying if it's in a situation where we have to take the one for that, I can't I can't make myself be mad at him for something that he just didn't say. You know what I'm saying? I can't insert because that's the thing about it. I'm not gonna keep putting us in that fucking position either. That's why I think a lot of and this just me kind of just spewing all the shit out. That's why I think a lot of these channels try to exist. They look for issues that ain't there. If it's concerned, if it's got something to do with us, they'll make it issue. Saying it's all in the same vein with the Jonathan Major shit. It's
Mhm.
all that's all the same to me, right? Because we'll find a reason to try to make whatever is going on. We gonna shame anybody who ain't doing it the way we think it is. Period. Point blank. That's how the black church work. We gonna, you know what I'm saying? If y'all don't know, that's my hit song. It's coming out this year. That's how the black church works. Pretty much is in any form of success is gonna be shamed because you ain't doing it the way that make everybody else comfortable. That ain't it. That ain't it, man. That
Well,
ain't
I'm,
it.
I'm I'm just glad, like I said, he just recently said it. At least we talked about it. And I hope the conversation get extrapolated outside of him, because like we were just sitting there saying is even when that him having to be better with his words is what you guys always said, and we need to say it's the same thing with these content creators. Everybody needs to try to be better with their words. You know what I'm saying? We're never going to be perfect, but if I know just saying shitty shit, I just can't go, well, that's what I always been saying. I think people get into that space of, well, that's just the way I always been. Like, yeah, but we got to grow up. We just can't stay in a place of hurt. If you know you've been saying something offensive for 20 years, you just don't get to saying it. You got to stop. So even if you didn't know, as they say, when you know better, do better. So I just don't want us to say that we're accepting of, well, this is the way they always was. Like, no, because I would be a much worse person than I am today. And I'm horrible now. I would be 100 times. I think we all would be.
Mm-hmm.
So celebrity, no celebrity, Deion, no Deion, content creators, we all should grow. I hope he will. So I think these blowback is good, because sometimes they'll remind us like, hey, you know what? Shit. Because if nobody had said nothing, you'll get worse.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd been out there on the field calling them all kinds of N-words next. You know what I'm saying? Because, we get comfortable. But getting these occasional smack on the wrist, kicking that tail, make you be like, okay, all right, it set boundaries.
Right.
So I'm kind of good for it. I wish him success. Again, like I said, it is, I don't have a bias against him as a coach, but I do know, like I said, some additional backstory about him. So I see where, like, I'm like,
yeah. And I can see why his words is problematic. And like I said, he probably, hopefully, what'll happen is he'll understand the level he is on now, because he's not at Jackson State, right? You know what I'm saying? He's not at Jackson State. Shit didn't change. You in the Pac-10. Get some eyes on you.
What they call PWI?
Yeah. You in the PWI now.
You ain't in HBCU no more.
Yeah. You in PWI now.
Went to PWI.
Mm-hmm.
That's different. Even for you, Deion, around their babies. You ain't gonna be acting like that around their babies.
Yeah, I will say that. So he gonna have to find a balance because that edge is what's giving him the results. You know what I'm saying? But I could agree if it's wildly problematic, then I could agree that, you know what I'm saying, and I can see 100% why. You know what I'm saying? Why it would be a problem. He had PWI. Bet that put team, but
but that's at all PWIs though, Bree. What team ain't predominantly black on the football field at a PWI?
Hey, but real quick, man, let me acknowledge the people that came in and maybe even slipped out while we were going. We got Roberto's perspective, man. Appreciate you for coming through. I don't know if you're just passing through or if you're still in the chat. Be easy, that dude, man. Definitely appreciate you and the jewels you're dropping in the chat, man. Thank you for being here. Touch of Noir, you know, recent Twitch gang affiliation. Appreciate you for coming through, but you know, you came over from Yella. Thank you for being here. My guy Nova, of course, the guy Nova. Appreciate it. Definitely, thank you. And we got Quantum in the building. You know, Leo gang. That's how we do. And I think that was all of the new people. I want to throw something in though, like a monkey wrench. I'm gonna tell you that everybody does what he did. Like everybody selects on traits and characteristics. Because I bet you, if all of us, like me and Yella, single, but Rico, if you were single right now, at your advanced age of 42, you would be looking for a woman with some seasoning. You'd be like, I want her to have gone through something.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want and a lot, I'll say Yella, cheek clapper aficionado. He doesn't want the woman that had the daddy. He wants the woman that had some daddy issues. Yella, cheek clapper. He wants a woman with some daddy issues.
Slightly traumatized. Just a little trauma.
So we all do this. We all do it, but it's ugly. It doesn't look good. It doesn't feel good. Employment. They would love to be able to ask women, are you planning on having kids or are you pregnant? But the law prevents it because certain characteristics and traits would prevent some people from having access to a whole lot of stuff. A whole lot. I say we all do it, man. Be easy. What happened to meritocracy?
What's that?
Nah, like for real. Because I don't be. That's too.
When he first went to Colorado, he told them white boys he bringing his luggage. He did, and it's Louis Vuitton. Take them hats off. We love it. Yeah, we do have a lot of hypocrisy.
Yeah.
But I do like what New Growth has said. Is the problem now? I'm gonna ask you this, gentleman. Is the problem that he said it in front of white media?
No, my problem is that he's always, I mean, anytime, I've never seen him speak specifically to black media. Deion's always speaking to white media. So for me, it's the problem in my mind was a stereotype or a description that rung in my ears that he was talking about black kids when he ran down those tropes. So I wouldn't care if he was speaking to BET. I was like, still, it's like, you know, it just, all I heard was all those negative black stereotypes. And I was like, why? Why'd you have, that's what you just say in your head, Deion. You don't let it come out your mouth. Because if I was on your coaching staff, I would have been looking for that. But I'm just not going to say it. So that's what it is for me. Now, for other people, I never seen him. Yeah, he had the audacity to say it out loud. That's all. He shouldn't have said it. And I know, because I know the white coaches think, and they're like, the white coaches probably like, Deion, keep it down. Because they're looking for the same thing, but they're just not going to say it. But that's also the sort of thinking that kept us from, why it took us so long to get into the quarterback position. You know what I'm saying? Black athletes, because we couldn't think. You know, all of these so-called white thinking positions for athleticism, so the same way we put the negative stereotype on the black athletes, we falsely put the positive stereotype on the white athletes. Look at how many failures at quarterbacks, because probably that same sort of thinking, whether it's a Ryan Leaf, whether it's the guy that was in Texas A&M that was horrible, all of these guys that were like, because they were white, it was assumed, and that's the same thing that even goes into coaching. Because for my team, the Washington Commanders, Eric Bieniemy, this guy got 2 Super Bowls in 5 years, and he still can't get a head coaching job. And they snatching white guys off the street that ain't never coached no damn where. Because it's that same in their head, because of those 32 owners, which are 99% what? In their mind, they think that this black man, I guarantee you, most of them that he interviewed with, they don't think he's smart enough. But they smart enough not to say it. That's all. So Bree's right. The whole institution of football, which I happen to love, is problematic all throughout. Coaches, ownership, quarterbacks, everything, because so many stereotypes, which is rooted in racism, has existed, and we are just getting little bits of it out each time. So when Deion does say something like that, we should say something about it, because the whole damn thing need to be blown up, but we know it's not. But we don't need to say, hey, look, Deion, we just moved an inch ahead. Don't pull us an inch back, because they already thinking it. They already think, give me some big black bucks to put on the line because they dumb and can bash they already, that racism that exists, and not just in the ownership, but in the fans. The white fans think it too. Don't feed into it. That's all I'm saying. That's my problem.
I got you. I get the stereotype, but we do have a lot. Here's what they talk about, defamation, slander, and libel. The only defense to defamation is the truth. According to statistics, 80% of our children are born out of wedlock. 80%. So at that point, it goes from a stereotype to a type. So I know you want to defend the stereotype, but if that's the type, that's the overwhelming majority, 4 out of 5. That's the rule. That's not the exception.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, so if they're looking for single mothers because it breeds some sort of trait, personality,
so it was a black
quirks,
thing then, but that means it was about black.
No, I'm saying that we fall into that type. We fall into that type overwhelmingly.
Right.
So I mean, so this is like Be Easy. That dude did say something about a dog whistle earlier.
Right.
So there is a way to say a thing without saying the thing,
Mm-hmm.
and that's okay. But it's already, we don't even need to, like, what you're implying. What you're implying that they're doing is already unnecessary, because football already over selects for black.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no need for a negative feedback of trying to say, well, we want single mothers, so we don't have to say black, because it's already implied. If I want a football player, I want a black person.
75%
you know what I'm saying?
of the league is African American.
Yes,
What's
sir.
the point?
Wireless woman in the building. Hello.
And 75-80% of his team is black. What's the point? Even at the college level, what's the point? It was just like an unnecessary shot at an unnecessary time, and it did nothing for you.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't think it was a shot.
Well,
I think you're perceiving it as a shot.
Yeah, it feels like one.
It feels like a shot, but I don't think it was a shot.
It may have been unintentional, but that's the intent impact.
Let's call it a string.
Impact is more, meaning the impact matters more than the intent. You didn't intend it to be a shot, but it landed like a shot to the wider black community that heard it that way. Not all of us, but enough of us like, eh.
I dig it. It was a stray. It wasn't more or less. It was a ricochet. You know what I'm saying? It bounced. Yeah, it still hurt. Hell yeah, it still hurt. Shit, it just still hurt like a motherfucker. So then ultimately, I guess that comes down to this then. What's worse, the truth or Deion's words?
The truth is worse, obviously, because it is what it is. But his words just don't help.
Right. Right. I get you. So I would just look at it like this then. If that's the case, and And I'm gonna think from the side of that being a thing. You know what I'm saying? I guess that we should work to make sure that we get out of that 80. We get out of that descriptive. Yeah, we got to work to get out of that description because
We definitely should do that.
but we have to keep in mind, people. There's
Mhm.
always going to be people
Mhm.
that fit that description.
Right. But
That's
but if we're working to get out of that 80, do we have to endlessly beat that drum? Because that's not an effective means of getting us out of it.
right. That just goes. So that again sends me back to my point where I don't take it as him speaking directly towards us.
Right.
Because somebody, regardless of who your race is, somebody's going to fit that description. That's just how the world works. If you go up, if the bottom person goes up, that don't mean everybody else goes up. That means people start coming down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's always going to be that type of dynamic in society. So the best we can do is just not be able to fall into that category. We're not going to never stop that category from existing, though. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the unfortunate part of success, right? Because the CEO can't be the motherfucker out there doing the footwork either.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So just understand what we want as a people and understand where we're going to have to go to get there as a people. If everybody got this independent entrepreneur mindset, then realize that you might have to run your business like this. Because this is how businesses are ran. You might feel bad about it, whatever. Feel better when you're sleeping on your money. Because the results is going to show, right? Now, I ain't saying what I'm not saying is do bad by people. You make sure the people that work for you eat. But everybody can't just come in and I think that's the problem. Everybody want to go from the bottom to the from the bottom to ownership of the company. And you can't do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just gonna be people who fall in line. That don't mean they deserve to be treated bad or nothing like that. I just want everybody to kind of keep that in perspective. You know what I'm saying? So you might run, if you do reach a certain level of success, you're going to run into this. You know what I'm saying? You're going to run into this dynamic. What type of success do you want? Because I'm gonna be straight up with you. There's a whole nother there's a whole nother level than just being black. It's a whole nother financial level, it's a whole nother life level than just being black. So maybe that's why I'm disconnecting a lot too, because we ain't doing nothing but stopping us from plateauing. Half the time, we stopping us from getting there. I'm yelling. This has been my message again. Anybody
Hey,
else?
real quick, man, just
All right, cool.
respond to be easy to do. You're absolutely right. It is a misnomer. It does not account for men who are present in the home but unmarried. It does not account for people who are not in the home but still present. It also doesn't account for the people who are married but the father would be absent, absentee fatherhood. You know, he's married but he's on the run. He's whatever. There are contexts to stats, and that is true. But that's just we can't account for everything, but it is also important to note that what the wireless woman said, single parenthood stats are increasing among all women. I say not even just Americans. Across the globe, people are not marrying. Most people are cohabitating. So the shift to cohabitation is happening worldwide. So that's a global phenomenon.
Yep, big time. That's very true.
Yeah, so that's a big thing. But
I think that's the rising demographic of single motherhood is actually white women.
Yeah,
they've
because of the numbers
in the last.
Because of the numbers.
Yeah, I think like in the last decade they've tripled their, and it's willingly by choice. People are choosing not to get the same. There's a massive drop off in marriages. The same as I say, me and Yellow, more and more people you too, Arshawn, more and more people are coming over to the heathen clan, where there's a massive drop-off in organized religion. It's just a fact. We are becoming more widely secular, and marriage being a religious institution, as people become more secular, to me, it stands to reason that fewer and fewer people would necessarily hold true to the belief of, like, I love being married, but a lot of people like, fuck it, I don't need that. No, I'm good. So at some point, that stat's going to look real stupid here pretty soon.
For sure. But I do want to check in with the chat real quick. I'm going to run a poll, but before we do that, man, if you all would not mind, we're just going to take a quick break for...
I know. I'm sorry. But this is what we're going to have to do, folks. This is what we're going to have to do. One, I want you guys to make sure you get the likes up, hit the like button, because we want to get into this.
Like is an umbrella term. So like, you can like any aspects. Like you might like the like you might like the way they like things.
Like so like him. Like you like for so like people. So like we like.
So just like the video for me. Just like the video for me. But we have to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, what you would like the next topic to be, because we have 3 more left. We've already gotten prime time out of the way. So we have generational cap. Instead of generational gap, generational cap. Do younger generations ignore or dismiss racism? We have white flight. Get away from black people. And we have Summer's first vote, black male identity. Do we need to diversify or become more femme-powered? So people in the chat, if you could take a moment and put 1 or 3 or 4.
Repeat them again, Arshawn.
Generational cap.
Generational cap. Okay.
White flight.
Oh.
Black male identity.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what we have left.
Yeah.
So if everybody can put a 1, a 3, or a 4 in the chat. Summer's going to number 1 now. Generational cap. Another 1 from Bree. All right. Yes, in church they do call it the great falling away.
I need to freshen my glass.
Go ahead, handle your business. Handle your business. While you gentlemen are away, I will go big face. In church, they call it the great falling. I've heard that so many times. We got a couple of 1s.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm just powdering my nose.
Do what
you know what I'm saying?
Man. Get pretty, man. Get pretty. While you ho. Well, hey. I likes. But anyway, we are going to let me see. So number 1, that was the generational thing. Bye. Let me get rid of that. So sorry, I just got to change this over. This was a conversation. This was a conversation that sorry, I got a message that was kind of funny. 2 and 3. 2 was the one we just finished. We just finished 2, talking about Deion Sanders. 3 was white flight. White flight is about that Dilbert guy. But this is also something that Rico wanted to talk about, the generational divide. So let me get this queued up because I wanted to start first by giving him a little hope. Let me start by giving Rico a little hope. Because I found something. It's fairly short. I'm going to speed it up just a touch. Let me share this. Bam. While he's freshening up his glass. Edge tab. All right. Cool. My Wi-Fi looks like it's struggling. But I'm going to go ahead and start this.
Welcome to blackexcellence.com, the site where we share Black excellence, opulence, and affluence. Our mission is to inspire you as we enlighten you.
These are the members of Black Gen Z, They are young Black Americans between the age of 9 and 24, meaning they were born somewhere between the years of 1996 and 2012 and are generally the children of Generation X. They are referred to sometimes as Zoomers, the internet generation, or sometimes the Centennials. When asked to describe themselves in 3 words, the common consensus was revealed to be conscious, innovative, and outspoken. There are over 9 million members of Black Generation Z, and they will be critical to shaping the future of this nation in a positive way. And as this new generation of Black Americans begin to take shape and move into adulthood, there's a mounting interest in their attitudes, behaviors, and lifestyle. This post-millennial generation is already the most radically and ethnically diverse generation there has ever been. And while most are still pursuing their K-12 education, the oldest post-millennials are enrolling in college at a significantly higher rate than millennials were at a comparable age. This is likely because the parents of Gen Z are more well-educated than the parents of millennials, baby boomers, and those of previous generations. One thing we've learned about Black Gen Z is that they are honored to be Black. 72% say that they are proud of their heritage, and they acknowledge the fact that everyone has a different upbringing and unique experience in the world that can be appreciated. Because we all know that there is not a singular Black experience in the entire world. One more thing you can say about Black Gen Z. 59% have hobbies or interests they're passionate about, and about 46% have expertise in things that some people consider nerdy. Black Gen Z is experimenting with activities that are not typically associated with the Black culture, thereby expanding what it means to be Black. And Black Gen Z is willing to go to bat to protect the culture. Black teens and adults feel that cultural appropriation is a problem. Almost half of Black Gen Z, 47%, believe it's pretty bad, especially when it comes to language, hairstyles, and fashion. Black Gen Z also feel that corporate America must put some respect on the Black culture. 53% believe that brands need to respect the African American culture to earn their trust, to earn their money. But why is it that Gen Z is so Black conscious, socially aware, and protective of the culture? Well, for one, they identify with the notion that they are going to change the world they live in and not adapt to it. They're going to speak out about what they feel are injustices and unfairness, and they are strong advocates of equality. Taking all this into account, it should not come as a surprise that Gen Z is considered to be the generation leading the Black Lives Matter movement, as it's important that these young trailblazers remain socially aware and responsible. Black Gen Z also feels that the Black culture needs a stronger presence and representation in their school curricula and extracurricular activities. Just over half of Black children in middle schools feel that their school system promotes the African American culture. And a significantly smaller amount of Black college-age kids feel that their universities bring awareness to their culture through lessons, events, and celebrations. And although they are facing an uncertain future on the heels of a deadly pandemic and a polarized and divided America, they still remain optimistic. 87% of the Black Gen Z are hopeful for the future. But in spite of this optimism, 60% of Black Gen Z report that racial inequality is a significant problem. The older members experience the outrage of Trayvon Martin's murder. And now the younger ones are taking up the fight against the senseless killings of innocent Black people like Breonna Taylor, Elijah McClain, Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and countless others. Those surveyed pointed out that there are substantial obstacles for Blacks when pursuing the American dream, and the wealth gap and opportunity gap between white Americans and Black Americans need to be addressed. Black Gen Z are well aware of these obstacles, which also include the lack of access to healthcare, restricted voting rights, the cost of higher education, and most notably police brutality, and they will not accept this. Black Gen Z want to reframe the stories of historical resilience and look to more future-focused narratives, those that revolve around success and Black excellence. They want to showcase stories highlighting modern-day trailblazers, immortalize Black heroes, and concentrate on Black achievement. These Black young activists are focused on representing all groups of people who are impacted by a certain issue and support one America, a nation with different racial, ethnic, sexual, or gender backgrounds other than themselves. The Black community is a strong, resilient one. While stories of survival are foundational and necessary, Black teens and young adults feel that it's time to turn the tide on the narrative of the Black experience. It's time to go from survive to thrive. Gen Z is experimenting with activities that are not typically associated with the Black culture, thereby expanding what it means to be Black. From TikTok to Black Lives Matter, Gen Z is considered to be the generation leading activism. It's important that these young trailblazers remain socially aware and responsible. It's just as important that they protect their peace.
We appreciate.
I wanted to, of course, start with a little hope for Rico because they gave some positive stats for Gen Z. So, I wanted to be kind. I want to offer a gift.
I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. I hate to rain on my own parade, but I know the percentage is too small. We'll fit within that. Mm-hmm. But I loved it. 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 It definitely renewed my hope in us. So I'm like, wow.
Yeah,
that's good.
They had some good stats, and I guess I should have shared the video.
That's the stuff we need to talk about a lot more.
Yeah, the positive stuff. We need to give people hope.
We don't even talk. In this space anyway, You know,
Black
I'm like,
YouTube,
this is like the first time, you know, and even for myself, I'm like, where are the people that's leading these sorts of conversations about these things like this? Because that was, and that is cute though. You're right, Bree. Zoomies, the Zoom generation. I was like, oh, that's good.
I thought I wanted to share something positive because I know you. I know it really feels like the younger generations have dropped the ball. That I guess from boomers, us Xers have dropped the ball. To Xers, Ys have dropped the ball. From Ys, probably feel like Zs are probably going to drop the ball. I hear a lot of negativity and pessimism when it comes to, I guess, blackness as it is. I do believe, though, that I think people can see it. And like the person said in there, that they're tired of the same narrative. They see the things and they feel the things, but they don't want to have to live it out the way a lot of us have to live out that black plight, that black, you know what I'm saying? Everybody calls it victim, and nobody wants to feel that their entire lives. So I think that's going to be rejected by the Gen Zers. Like the way we're trying to struggle, we're like a lot of us are trying to push it on. You know what? I don't want to keep surviving. I want to thrive. But there's some kind of part of the narrative, the black narrative, that only feels like you have to survive. But I think people want more than that, to be like, kind of like what you talked about with Deion, the stereotype of blackness, white supremacy, absolutely, wireless women. I think people want to step out of that. Although we know what the conditions are, we don't have to live them out in our everyday moment-to-moment life. Like, as you hear some people talking, it's almost like, you know, the call and response. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I'm struggling to survive. You know, like there's something about, you know, grinding. So, you know, we got to get the bag. You know, there's a whole bunch of little call and response stuff that we, you know, somebody say, and you like, you already know where they're going with it. It's like, man, sometimes, you know, Nova, can somebody block Nova? Somebody block Nova.
I loved it, but you know, I still have I have two minds about it all. You know, even with that, like you said, and say the
thanks,
and I can imagine people who feel like, you know, I'm tired of the burden of wearing blackness. You know, being black especially in America, it's a fucking burden. You know, you're trying to get ahead, you're trying to get a better life, but and I could see, you know, you wanting to throw that off and say, look, I'm just who I am. I'm sick of this. It shouldn't matter. And I hear in these spaces, victimhood. My concern is when we make the invisibility of, while I may say I refuse to be a victim, there are still trappings of reality and society that exist, whether I refuse to acknowledge them or not. So issues of unfair mass incarceration. I can say I'm as white as fucking the driven snow, but that criminal justice system is going to see me as who I am. And while I hate that exists, I shouldn't invisibilize it. I shouldn't say, oh, it's no, because when I'm standing before that judge, I don't see black, but I bet you his ass do. And he will sentence me accordingly with that bias in mind. So to choose to ignore these discriminations and not work to dismantle them is also a disservice to self. So I can say I don't want to be a victim, but I can't ignore the very thing that's working to victimize me. It's a double-edged thing. So that's why
a great area.
I get it, but it's tough. But go ahead, somebody else.
No, I was about to say, you're right, because that's the hard part, and that's where I'm trying to convey this, because people automatically assume you're on one side of these two extremes. Either you are fully into the inferiority complex, like you're the victimhood, and everybody's against me, the man, the system is on my neck. So either you are there, everybody assumes you're there based on how you talk, how you carry yourself, or it's the opposite. Like you said, the color blindness, I'm an American, blah, blah, blah. You're automatically in one of the two camps, the victim or the virtue signaler. Like, you know what I'm saying? You end up in one of those two camps. But the truth, I believe, is almost oftentimes right in somewhere in the middle. because you have to, like you can't, you have to see it. You have to recognize that the conditions are what they are, but that should not cripple you. It should enable you to see what the circumstances are. I think a lot of us as Black people have a hard time because it's another person doing it and it's unnecessary. We harp on it, like, but it doesn't have to be that way. It's not like if we live in a flood area and our house gets flooded, it's a natural disaster. But the way I've tried to see it is that the attitudes and behaviors of other people is like a natural disaster. It's not something I can control, and I have to learn to know where those risks lie. I have to know the geography. I have to know the terrain where I'm living and who's a possible threat. Because it's a possible. You don't even know until it happens. So carrying that weight all the time, it becomes burdensome. And I'm glad Bree's daughter doesn't feel the weight of it, but a lot of us do. There's even a term. They were talking about a term from us watching all of these like police murders and even the Black on Black murders, even watching those on the local news. They called it it's not like I called it shared trauma, but there's another word for it. But I'll find it while Yella's jumping in.
No, I was gonna say because I know that idea that she's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Having basically, I don't know, what did you say, Gen Z between 96 and 20? Okay, yeah. So having raised like a preteen, like 13-year-old, he's the whole reason that sparked off the whole gender clothes don't have no gender idea. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the type of mindset that they got, right? So I get what she's saying. I say it all the time. Gen Z and Gen Alpha, which is the generation they just described, and then the ones younger than them, like the kids just being born now. So all those 10 and under, man, they gonna change the world, bro. Like when I say those are the ones that's gonna make the impacts because they not carrying it as a burden. They carry it as like they proud of who they are, and not in a way that makes them have to, like, I don't know how to put it. Like they don't sit in their own shit about it either. If that makes sense. Like okay, like only thing I can do is pull it back to like a lot of the content we watch, right? Let me equate it to the problem. A lot of that is the same idea, right? They just wallowing in being Black. We gonna bring up every bad Black stereotype. We gonna bash single mothers. We gonna bash all that come from a certain place because you want to sit in the trauma of being Black. Like I was saying, how we jump in front of strays. We want to take the trauma. Sometimes we want to take the trauma of being Black and apply it to just everything and everything we deal with, right? They're not doing that. They see that, they understand it to a point, but they don't carry it around to where it burdens them at okay. It's some of us that every interaction with a white person make them feel a certain type of way. Gen Z don't feel that way. That's the best way I can put it. Gen Z don't feel that way. Gen Z are the ones that's making room for Gen Z are the ones that's really making room for the Black LGBT. That's what they were saying. They don't care about sexual orientation, gender, none of that. As long as you on the team, you on the team. That's the collective that we've been trying to get, but we too busy trying to find ways to exclude people. They not. You know what I'm saying? So that's the difference. Like they understand it, but they like, all right, cool. You here, I'm here. We on the same shit. Let's work together. That's why they fight for. That's why they getting paid like that. That's why Gen Z out here getting to the bag. Because they able to work with anybody. They don't care what type of field they go into. They don't care what type of content they into. They don't care. They are so damn productive, and it's awesome to watch. That's why I'm sitting back like that's actually more or less why I'm willing to just check out of the game. The youth is the ones that's supposed to lead the revolution, and they doing it. You look back at every revolution, the youth. I'm gonna let you get in. The youth is the ones that's always led the revolution. Look at Hamilton. Fuck Rashawn. Yeah, like Hamilton motherfuckers, they was kids when they started. They was 19, 20. And I'm just saying, I know we know the story, but that's the birth of the damn nation right there. You know what I'm saying? They was ran by some kids, basically. 19, 20, 21-year-olds. That same age range. Now when it evolves to us, it's that same type of energy. It's that same type of drive. You know what I'm saying? If we apply that to the Gen Z now, they definitely have that same initiative. You feel what I'm saying?
I want to ask a question because I definitely get and agree with everything you're saying. And I definitely look forward to the young people as the future. It's their future. My old black ass probably won't be living in it, so I shouldn't have no say in it. So that's why I have a problem. Older people trying to have say. I don't want to have no say in what's going to happen in America 30, 40 years. I'll be lucky if I'm still here. So that's not my future. That's theirs. Let them have that say.
Mm-hmm.
But with that being said, I want people to understand, like, I got the thought of this portion of the conversation came into my mind behind like two celebrities, and not like I follow celebrities. I just heard about them in the pop news. One was Idris Elba, and he made a comment. I don't know if you guys heard a couple of weeks ago, where he didn't want to be seen as a black actor, want to be seen as an actor. So all the controversy behind that. So I ended up of a double thought because I understood and agreed with what he said, but I also disagreed with what he said because, again, I, as a black man of a certain age, know that we cannot, black people, especially in America, we are unique in that we cannot as much, and I know he's from England, and I believe it's in England as well, you can't separate yourself from your blackness. Then I also saw a podcast, Higher Learning, with Van Latham, and he went after the guy that was the former football player, Emmanuel Acho, who has a show. He was doing uncomfortable conversations. Black man, right? The White Whisperer, or whatever the case may be. And he undressed him. And something I heard him say when he was going back and forth and Van was getting in his ass, and I didn't know he was like a first generation Nigerian immigrant. Like, so his parents were Nigerian, but he was born and raised here in Texas. And we know the African immigrant experience. So particularly, he pointed out, like, I don't have generational trauma. So I'm like, everybody look at black people in America as suffering this generational trauma, from the talk, the talk that everybody has to have. But how the thoughts got stuck in my head, I was like, why are we always defining these lessons that we've handed down for generations, I agree, as trauma, when they were survival? These lessons were passed down so that our offspring could survive in a world that did not look favorably upon them. We view it, and even we as a people look back, you just like them old niggas that still I'm like, son, those were lessons to try to save you from people. Now, here we are in 2023, and largely and in part, it's not as bad as it was 30, 40, 50 years ago. But you would be crazy to believe that certain levels and veins of those things, even from the 1950s, do not still ring true today. So we talk about racism in medicine. I just saw a study where they were talking about like 13% or 14% of the black population is black, but only 6% are medical professionals, which are leading to more chronic diseases, people not in the medical field, not studying. So all of these things, I look at us today, and even I am in a much better place, and I know we're in a better place. But though there are still things out there systemically designed against us, and do we sit there? I don't want my kids to have any of the, but if my son don't have the talk with my grandkids, I'm gonna fucking have it with them behind their back. Because it's still, that possibility still exists. And to have it after the fact, if you're telling me that you believe that we live in a world in this country where we're all equal, irregardless of our race, Who's having that conversation? So what it made me ask was, and I asked Arshawn was, and I'm glad to hear that the Zoomies are feeling better, but I think it's maybe the generations in between, maybe the millennials, or I don't know, the 2 or 3 behind me, where all I hear, so even in Idris, I hear these people in certain spaces, oh, black don't matter, racism, I'm like, did I miss an event? Was there a march where it was the great ending of racism that I didn't hear about? What was it, the 64 Civil Rights Act? What ended racism? Because I hear this large segment of Black America that basically, while we don't need to harp on racism, they replaced the fight for racial justice with saying that you're just a victim. Victimhood completely took over that. So I literally asked somebody the other day, like, so you don't believe in any victims? Nobody can be victimized, no matter what. So if I snuck up behind you and bashed you in your goddamn head, you can't cry that you're a victim. Victimization exists. It doesn't have to be as sensitive as it used to be. But for us to dismiss it, this is great. That's why we have penal institutions, because we have victims. Right. So if victims can exist in the legal system, victims can exist in the structural system as well. And we know that it exists. I don't even care about the whole victimization. I don't even care about the discrimination. I'm trying to understand why we've been convinced that racism ended. Or somebody tell me what march I missed. When did it end? Please. I'm lost. I missed the bus. When did racism, what year, what date, what event occurred that all racism is wiped out and I'm equal to Brad? Because I don't feel it.
But that's a feeling.
So why is that being churned up so much in the conversation? That if you say anything about it, you're a victim.
I think people are just tired of the conversation. Okay. I mean, because it's been going on for so many decades, so many generations, which is why, like, you get fatigue. Like, there's fatigue. Like, if you hear the same thing repeatedly for a long extended period of time, it can become fatiguing to the point that you start to reject it. Like, there was a time when they started playing Beyonce so much that I started disliking her music because it oversaturated. Okay. So the same thing, that's like the psychological. If you have the same thing, if you ate the same thing for too long, Chinese water torture, the same occurrence, no matter how like minimal it is,
the drip,
over time, prolonged, can become so problematic to your psyche. There was I can't remember the name of the test. It wasn't a test. It was some kind of exam, not an exam, but like an experiment. There's an experiment where there were people that were not that one. There was another one similar, same type of thing, but they had people just strapped to a chair that had electrodes on it where they would get a shot. They knew they would get a shot, but the alternative was just to sit there in perpetual boredom. And just every now and then, I think 60 to 70% of men and somewhere around 12 to 20% of women just took the shot to alleviate themselves of boredom. So anything for a prolonged period of time can start to manifest weirdness in our psyche. Solitude in prisoners. So even though it's just, there's nothing, a lot of us go to a room by ourselves for pleasure. I just want to go to a room and be quiet and not have to deal with anything. But if that's sustained for an extremely long period of time, it starts to play tricks on your mind. So again, the same thing happens with the whole Black narrative and victimization narrative. If you keep hearing that you're slave, after a while, you're going to start to develop some sense of either inferiority or the rebelliousness. No, I got to overthrow the system. Like your mind has to compensate for that continued beat, that steady drum beat. Your mind has to.
And I can definitely understand that, but I guess I would say two things. One, we're looking for a quick fix to something that didn't occur quick. Do you know what I'm saying? That seems a little irrational. Absolutely. Oh, I'm just tired of it. It's been 20. I'm like, do you know how long we've endured this shit? Do you have any idea. So that just seems wholly unreasonable. And then the second part is that if all black people today, hey, we're equal, and you know what you did? You just let all white people off the hook. And I'm not saying that present day white people are responsible for racism. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is they benefit. They have Be Easy said meritocracy earlier. The white race is not where it is off of meritocracy. It's where it is off of exploitation, not off of meritocracy. So we basically literally said, bam, you off the hook, and y'all just better than us. Y'all just smarter than us. Yep, you're right. We just lazy. It is our fault. That's what you do. That's literally what you do when you say it's victim. You know what? So when white people say, well, when we get to Mr. Adams, they just need to work harder and they need to act better, all the tropes that they will put upon us for why we are where we are, we just co-signed it. We co-signed. You're absolutely right, white people. It is all our fault.
I think because I see this happen in relationships too, because it is a toxic relationship. So there's an abusive relationship between, on the macro level, on the group level, between anybody and white people in America. Historically, there's an abusive relationship. It sounds like you're looking for. It sounds like what you're looking for and what Bree is talking about. See, that's the thing. People want to see revenge or feel like justice. We're looking for closure. Like you said, when did it end? When was the march? Where was the event? We're not going to get closure.
Well, I just don't even feel like it's over. So my whole question
it's not. That's the point. You're looking for closure. There is no over. There is no over. So what we have to accept, what we have to rationalize with us, is this is an ongoing condition of life in this country. And you teach the next generation how to adapt to it. And for me, the first thing you teach a child before the talk is how to perceive deception. Because one of the biggest things in this country from marketing all through their life is that's what they're going to be flooded with, is deception and manipulation. Teaching them to deal with and counteract deception, to perceive and cope with and counteract a flood of deception and manipulation, that would be the greatest tool you could give your children to the next generation. Because that's what America is. Like the American dream is deception and manipulation. It's to buy into the worker model.
Yes.
The production model.
Yes.
Our education system is practically deception and manipulation because it's warehousing children for the working class so that they can go to work. Let's warehouse your children and prepare them to be automatons as well. Let's get them on a bail structure, an 8 to 5, 9 to 5 structure. Let's prepare them for breaks and a lunch. Let's prepare them to become workforce. So all of that, even though we think of it as like compulsory education and wow, I got to get an education. No, that's a factory line. You're on an assembly line. And the reason so many, like the school to prison pipeline is what it is, the people that reject the conditioning, we think there's something wrong with them, which is, again, part of that whole matrix system setup. We demonize the people that reject the system, but those are the ones that are getting free. They just do it the wrong way because they have no other modeling. Everybody's telling them to do the things that they can see is harming them. We see it harming our grandparents. We saw it harm our parents. And then we're jumping into the same. And some people reject it outright. I'm not doing that. But then we shame them. Oh, you don't want to work. Oh, you don't want to do this. We see how you're getting exploited. We see how you're coping with drugs and alcohol and sex. We see it destroying your life. We see the men dying early. We see the men committing suicide. We see the women unhappy and trying to buy their way to happiness. I got to take these trips. I got to buy these bags. We see everybody with some kind of device, with all of us obese, eating our feelings. We see it. Some of us have go ahead and pulled the wool over our eyes and ignore it. But the ones that reject it and they end up getting slanted into the criminal lane because they're like, I'm not going to play by these rules.
Right.
I don't care what it takes. I'm not going to play by these rules. And we turn them into criminals. We force them. We don't give a lane for them. So either they become, so we have two paths out of the worker model. Either, like you said, the nepotism, cronyism, you get to be management. You get to be an overseer. You get to be an overseer on the plantation. or you're a slave, or you're a runaway. Like that's the conduit. You'll get elevated to overseer if you have the right temperament, the right disposition, maybe even the right complexion. Most people are just working class. You're going to be a bot. You're going to serve. Then the other people are the runaways, but they become outcasts. They're deviants. There's something wrong with them.
Mm-hmm.
They get shamed, shunned. So I mean, we have to deal with that lie that we buy. That's what we got to get out of that.
So can we at least at a minimum, I would say we got to get out of the space of at least calling it victimhood. That's probably what annoyed me the most. It's like, what the fuck are they talking about? You know, it's like I'm like, so even if it is a problem to dwell in the space of repetitive racism, which will probably never end. I don't, because here's the thing, what I'll say is this: even if I believe today, tomorrow, racism can end, white supremacy won't. Or it will have to die a natural death in 1,000 years from now, where maybe all of a sudden white men become green and then they'll become green supremacy. I don't know. But, so at some point, so even if racism, I believe we can stamp out racism, but we won't get rid of white supremacy. And white supremacy is systemic anyway. It's built into the institutions globally. Because as I tell people, like, white supremacy exists in Africa, Asia, India. They globalized, colonized the world, and they put systems in place to their benefit. So that's fine. If we're not going to get rid of it, which certainly won't happen in my lifetime, and I'm not even trying, I'm just upset at the victims crying, beating each other up, calling them victimhood. I'm like, just stop punching on each other. Just stop. They whooping your ass enough as it is, okay? They don't need no help. They ain't asked no help to you. I don't need to beat you down if we have a shared experience around our blackness, because the system is doing it. What do I need to beat you up for? Oh, you just a victim or something. I'm like, and that's helping who?
Yeah.
Is that making me feel better? I'm a slave beating up on another slave, while the overseer is sitting there laughing, saying, okay, I don't have to whoop them niggas today, because they're doing it to themselves.
Yeah.
That was just, we're in that space. And it was more of a question of understanding, trying to figure out, like, what did I miss? Yeah. Did I miss a march or something? I'm lazy, but damn, I didn't think I was that lazy. I think I would have read about it if I wouldn't have went.
Nah, you didn't miss anything, but people are trying to mentally deal with the breaking. Like, people are breaking right now. Like, people are literally breaking. Their minds are breaking. Their spirits are breaking. So there's only so much baggage you can carry. So because you have to still feed yourself, and the drive to partner and pair and to make kids is not going to leave us biologically. One of the easiest ones to drop off is blackness or gender.
Yeah.
There's something's going to, or church.
Low hanging fruit.
We are dropping off things that weigh us down, whether we need them or not. Like, I would say the structure and the philosophy of religion was something that we needed, and the community and socialization of church was something that we needed. We'll drop it because it's not necessary to survive, and our survival is predicated upon capitalism. So if it's not making money, if it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. So gender, race, religion, black people politics, it doesn't make dollars for us. It doesn't make sense to talk about. So a lot of times, almost all black people talk about getting to the bag. Whether they get there or not, most of us are focused on that because that's our means of survival. But so people can only hold so many. You can only hold so much water. You can only hold so many problems. What Kevin Samuel said, pick a struggle.
But you know what, though? The unintended consequence of that is actually beneficial to the very system that hold us in an oppressive state.
Absolutely.
The unintended consequence of that is like, we've taken our focus completely off of our reparative justice for us as a group. We put it on the bag, which is the very thing that the white man controlled. So guess what? No more chains. We put a bigger chain around us.
Yes.
Because we put the chain of capitalism getting to the bag, and that's the very thing that they control. So they have all the resources and all the money, and they're just saying, jump, nigga, jump. Jump, sit, fetch, jump, nigga, jump. And that's, I'm not saying that staying in the old way is good, but the unintended consequence is we moved into supporting the structure that's oppressive to us in the first place. But and I don't think it's just black people. I think this is also a system that affects Latinos, any non-white group. They're all feed into it. So that's why I said racism we can get rid of. White supremacy we won't. They just want all other groups to support that group writ large. And it's not all white people. Poor people, they'll throw the poor white people down there with us because they poor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just the system. But I just thought that, like, to me, it was just like, why the fuck are y'all sitting there making it easier for them? They're going to win anyway. I just didn't get that. I know white folk going to win, but I ain't going to help them.
I mean, but you pointed out a good point, because I know you said it's an unintended consequence. That's where I don't know what it is, but I'll say I don't believe it's unintended. Like if you follow, no, we're completely caught up in a system that's beyond our control, and most of the time it's beyond our understanding. What does the Bible say? You understand in part because you see in part. A lot of us like see a part of the system and know it's bad, but we don't know how to separate ourselves. We don't know how to protect ourselves, so we do what we can. A lot of us, we react in me and Bree use that maladaptive ways. We have I think even I think Wireless Woman said something earlier. I don't think I started, but there's a way that we attach ourselves to the system in a way that we feel like we're doing something. We feel like we're escaping. We feel like we're fixing. We feel like we're reforming. It allows us a delusion to make us more comfortable, as we're still, like you said, complicit in the system. It's simply self-soothing to allow us to continue perpetuating the thing that we know is killing us all. Like the smoker who tells what it's going to be my last one. Right. You know, it's the story you tell yourself. But like that analogy about toxic relationships, a toxic relationship isolates you from anything that would help you. So if you're in this system and we know it's toxic and it's harmful, you can see how it isolates you. I would say intentionally. It exploits you at the same time that it isolates you from anything that would be beneficial. Even by giving you what you ask for. So let's say you want knowledge. I want to learn. Okay. But I'm going to give you so much information, there's no way you could ever sort through it to know what's right. I'm going to pour, because I have the capacity, because I've accumulated so much. I'm going to give you more than you can handle. So you'll spend your life trying to sort through a Google search with thousands of pages of results and come up with who knows the veracity, the quality of the information you're getting. It's information overload. So they say you want choice. Then you're overwhelmed with choice. You can go to the store right now. You have infinite amounts of bread, infinite amounts of cereal, you have all these choices. So your mind is consumed with the daily choices, no matter how minuscule or minimal or unimportant, inconsequential. All of your choices are so inconsequential, but how much time does it take to get dressed? Because you don't know which outfit you're going to wear. So all our time gets consumed with a whole bunch of inconsequential things. By design, they're going to give you everything you ask for. But it's going to keep you in the system because all of your choices feed the system. Mm-hmm. And all the time spent, opportunity costs, all the time and energy you spend making all these useless, inconsequential decisions keep you from thinking about what they're doing. What's that one hand, the shell game? You're not paying attention. You can't, because they've got you doing something else over here. So that's why it's so hard to fight the system. And I know it sounds defeatist. When I talk about it, everybody's like, it's defeatist. What they don't get to is the solution is self. The solution, because you can't say that you can't just go and scoop up everybody. You don't have arms wide enough to grab everybody you want to save. You don't have the money or the army to go in and protect everybody. So that's not the path. What you can do is free people's minds one at a time through conversation, through information. But you're going to have to take what we have to do. Those of us that do know have to curate good information, because we already know that they're overwhelmed. We already know that they're overworked. We already know that people are underfed, food insecure. housing insecure. We know what everybody's going through. So the fact that we're even starting to develop language, man, you got to be cool. You got to be kind to people because you never know what anybody's going through. Going through something that's so pervasive that we're developing language to account for it. It's so common that people are a moment from breaking that we're accounting for it when we meet somebody. That's how bad it is. But instead of actually doing some of the intervention, we need people need help on a resource level. We withdraw resources because our want supersedes somebody else's needs, and we won't sacrifice. So until people are willing to sacrifice, a lot of these conversations get moot for me because they live in a dream world. I'm going to wish Black people free. And if you follow the logical thoughts, the logical conclusions of any of their thoughts, they start to evaporate. Well, I want to separate from this. We got to separate from white supremacy.
I know.
They colonize the planet.
Yeah.
So where are you going to escape to? Where's your spaceship to get to the moon?
I never understood the separatist argument. I'm like,
man,
I just don't even go into that because it's just like, so even when people like, I think people even sometimes get lost in the argument or the discussion around how things were when we were separate but unequal. I'm like, but we were still connected to a bigger system. So whether you had the Tulsa or the Rosewoods or all these communities were self-insulating, but they were still connected to the outer community. They did not exist on their own. They could not exist on their own. So this narrative that, I'm going to make a Arshanlandia and nobody but Black people. I was like, but we still got to interact with the larger white world and the larger global community. We can't. There's no at this point, it's almost, I can't think of a self-sustaining country almost. Sure, every country has its own this, that, and whatever, but global trade has become so large. If any country tried to cut itself off from the world, it would quickly expend all of its resources because we rely on trade from other countries for other resources that no singular country reproduces everything that it needs. Arshanlandia, right. So, I would love to go there, Nova, but it would be like, it might last a week, because at some point, it just, so when I hear people like, we need to go, I was like, no, I'm not trying to go back to the world of, I do not want to go back to the world of where we were when we were segregated. I do not think that that's the answer. That's just, I'll leave it at that before all the pro-Black people come to kill my ass, this, that, whatever. I just don't see that as the answer. And I see that would create more deficiencies than efficiencies for us as a group. So when you believe that, we're going to have our own arms, we're going to have our own education. I'm like, we have our own education system that's going to be accepted by who? But us. And then we're going to send our people out into the world and do what? Because if we built the Great Wall of Blackula, you know what I'm saying? Like the Great Wall of China, and we locked ourselves in, who? You can't. You just can't. I'm sorry, that ship has sailed. So the time that when we were segregated for the Tulsas and whatever, that was born out of a need. But that was because, even then, even at that point, from the time they freed us from slavery, what was the first thing that most of us did? We became sharecroppers. Black people didn't have nowhere to go. We ain't had no fucking land. They freed you, Arshawn, get out. You'd be like, where the hell am I supposed to go?
Yep.
Where? I don't come back here and work for Massa. You couldn't. You get a little bit, you buy a little piece of land, but you still had to. So even for the resources that even when they renewed, they still had to work with the larger society. So we were never totally cut off since we've been brought here. So that is just a fallacy in the discussion and in the argument. So I've never believed in that. That's another feel good.
It is, and I would point out Haiti.
Us.
I would point out Haiti as a good example of what separatism looks like. Yes, you overthrew the colonial rule, but look what everything that happened afterwards. The leader of the revolution they killed him, and all of they made them pay reparations for freeing themselves because they did not have the resources that they could have equal exchange, and they couldn't protect themselves.
And so, even since then, they still suffer to this day because they don't have the same level of trade with the wider world that other nations, to include the neighboring country of the Dominican Republic next door.
And nobody would allow it. The colonial powers won't, even if they had. That's the problem with power. We a lot of times we just don't understand how power works.
Right.
Even if we got a big plot of land, let's say black people just took over Wyoming.
Yeah.
We just took over Wyoming. The other states, you see how the Democrats and Republicans don't like sharing resources. Nobody's going to allow trade to do.
Yes.
They're not going to allow. They're going to stop interstate travel. You got to stop at the border. You cannot
trade
cross into that black land.
Trade
and then they would make us pay double what anything was worth to get anything, even if it was grown 2 feet from our border. Like that's how power works. Power is corrupted and it's exploited.
Yeah.
But we don't account for that because it
that even goes all the way back to when the world global powers were England, Portugal, Spain. They still had trade. Trade has always funded and built empires. They were built behind trade. Oh, I got cotton. I got silk. I got gold. Different empires had different commodities that was necessary for all. So they placed a value. Even going all the way back, the Romans traded. The Greeks traded. You cannot be, I can never think of, even you go back to the Egyptians, you always traded with others. No nation, no empire has ever been self-sustaining without needing to trade. Trade has been around since the advent of the world. And it is the engine that powers empires. So if you can't do it globally, you can't even do it internally. You just can't.
Now, to the wireless woman,
sovereign people. Okay, I'm gonna leave that joke alone. Bathroom break. Go ahead.
All right. I mean, a few people. We also know that there are Native Americans on reservations too, but how often do you see them? Like it's not a quantity that it registers any threats to the system that you talk about. So yes, you can have a few sovereign people, but if we had a large mass body of people who were trying to get free, you'd see how things change. We could act like 100 to 1,000 people living together on a commune in separate pockets is one thing. But if 100,000, 200,000, 500,000 people will remove themselves from the workforce as black people, we know there will be a totally different, even if it were white people, not even saying just black people, even if it were white people that were removing themselves from the workforce to insulate themselves and grow land. If that was to happen en masse from people who are currently plugged into the workforce, you see how they're freaking out about people withdrawing from the workforce now. They're freaking out and trying to shame them. So imagine if it were black people. But again,
and I can give you an example.
And that's cool. We can clap for them. That's cool. They got free.
But
and if America wanted to come and took whatever they had,
they could do it
to defend it.
And I can give you an example of a somewhat sovereign black commune.
What's that?
Philadelphia move. And we saw how that turned out. You know, the move separatists in Philadelphia. We saw how that turned out. All they have to, even, and I'll give you a white one. Jim Jeffers in Utah. Any organization that sit there and say they're going to pull themselves off the grid, white America, as long as you're within the borders of America, we will come in and kick the fucking doors. We will bomb you. We will kill your children. We will decimate you when we feel like it. So you're never separate. You're never free. Matter of fact, white America even did it to, if you want to sit there and you want to do the Jonestown's massacre, when they went to, what's that country, Arshawn? You know. Belize, I think. Belize. Jonestown, Guyana. I'm sorry, not Belize, Guyana. And they got the Guyanese government involved because they were talking about something people were doing. So I mean, separatist movements.
Yeah,
I'm not against them. I just see no evidence that they work. I mean, you can have your own
sustainability.
Yeah, and then
sustainability and growth.
The more successful you become, the more that the larger government's going to have a problem with you.
Yeah.
And they're going to put spies in there on your ass. And if they don't find nothing wrong, they're going to make something wrong. You are going to stay plugged into the system.
But I want to play 3 minutes of this video quickly to wrap up the youth and racism. This actually isn't about the youth, but it talks about racism in a way I really thought this was intelligent. The way he's very wordy. I know I like wordy people. Everybody doesn't, but hopefully you appreciate it.
Is an illusion, something that can be admitted. Well, I think that in the era of social constructionism, people have thought that race is an illusion, something that can be admitted or not admitted, talked about or not spoken about, and somehow that decreases its power. When I say that people don't think that it's real, they don't think that it organizes society, that it affects the way that people perceive the world, that in many ways it determines the life course of people who are affected by race, whether or not you're white, black, Asian, indigenous, Hispanic, Latino, etc., very much affects the course of your life trajectory, even your life expectancy in some cases. And I think particularly in the UK, that seems to have a cultural predilection towards colorblindness. It's a very dangerous habit because it assumes that the failures of certain groups of people are based on collective individual pathologies, that these are individuals choosing to not succeed, choosing to endorse the wrong kinds of values, rather than seeing how certain structures, forms of education, economic and political barriers obscure the ability of people to not only see and pursue certain courses of life and action, but also become rewarded as their white counterparts for getting the same kind of education or the same kind of jobs.
So is it then connected to this distinction that people sometimes make between whether race is a sort of structural social problem and an institutional problem versus whether race is as you said, a sort of fault of certain individuals who just need to be therapized out of their biases?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And I think this is what you'll find when you read something like the Black radical tradition or critical race theory or even Afro-pessimism, contemporary Black theory about racism versus, mainstream liberal theory. Liberal theory suggests that race or racism is an individual bias, is a cognitive, prejudice that people have, that they read people based on skin color and not who they are as autonomous, free, rational individuals. So in that sense, people say, well, look, this is something that we need to adjust people's mindsets or their psychologies from, which is why most of the decolonization discussion in the UK focuses on how you make white people better people. How do you allow white people to see diversity and see that there's different colors of people and complexions that have contributed to world history? When you're looking at Black intellectual traditions, you're looking at racism as a form of dehumanization, as a process that's been engaged upon deliberately by European countries, by nations, by structures, by institutions, meant to denigrate and exploit certain groups of people for the benefit of the white race. And it's that kind of distinction between people who experience racism and help theories to talk concretely about what it is, how it acts, how it affects people that are burdened with racialization, and then white liberals who think often that, oh, well, it's just about me endorsing the right kind of Black person or recognizing that Black people are human beings. This is the chasm, so to speak, between how we understand racism as a structural, cultural, and historical process, and racism merely as an individual bias.
I just like the way he articulated, because there is that thing in conversation, we notice it when people are talking about like, oh, they just need more training. Like, it's not, you can't train somebody to feel differently. Like, not the way we talk about training. It's not compulsory. It's kind of like these little sessions. You sit there and somebody got a PowerPoint and they tell you, you have implicit bias. But I don't think you can really train somebody if they don't have the will to change, if they don't have the desire, and you don't have any leverage that you can push on them to operate differently. I just wonder how we keep thinking it's a training issue, whether it's police, whether it's in corporate America. It's kind of weird that we keep thinking it's training. If you don't have home training, corporate training is not going to save you. But we are getting ready to move on to the next portion. Definitely appreciate you, Rico.
Leaving the land of Arshanlandia.
Arshanlandia, yeah. We are going to talk about your boy. Speaking of The Office, I just want just really quickly, just want to remind everybody to go ahead and like the video. I'm not even going to play the clip this time. I'm not even going to kill 30 seconds of your time.
You don't want to play the clip? I think it's
well,
important to play the clip just so they can, let the viewers get their own context.
Yeah.
Oh,
you talking about the Scott? Yeah, I'm gonna play Scott's clip, but I was talking about.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna play this clip.
Let's get into it. Right now, we should keep the likes over 50%. We should have over 4,000 likes.
Like is an umbrella term. So you can like any aspects. Like you might like the you might like the way they like things.
It's over 9,000! 9,000? There's no way that can be right! It can't!
They are free, folks, so thank you for liking the video. Let's talk to Better Black Life. Brother Clarence in the building. Appreciate you for coming through. Let me go ahead and get this started because this is Scott Adams, Dilbert cartoonist. And this is something else. Brother Clarence, if you follow, Let's Talk to Better Black Life. Rico, Brother Clarence, OG Patrice. Yeah, I believe somebody else came up there.
Brother
talking
Vaughn.
about this.
When we talked about him, Bolo came up. Bolo TV. Big part of it.
Cool. But go check out that conversation over there on Let's Talk to Better Black Life. And I'm going to go ahead and play this portion of this video.
This is the first political poll that ever changed my activities. I don't know that that's ever happened before. Normally you see a poll, you just look at it and you go, whatever. Oh, this is interesting what other people think. But as of today, I'm going to re-identify as white because I don't want to be a member of a hate group. I'd accidentally joined a hate group. So if nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll, that's a hate group. That's a hate group. And I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Just get the fuck away. Wherever you have to go, just get away. Because there's no fixing this. This can't be fixed. Right? This can't be fixed. You just have to escape. So that's what I did. I went to a neighborhood where, I have a very low black population. Because unfortunately, there's a high correlation between the density. And this is according to Don Lemon, by the way. So here I'm just quoting Don Lemon when he notes that when he lived in a mostly black neighborhood, there were a bunch of problems that he didn't see in white neighborhoods. So even Don Lemon sees a big difference in your own quality of living based on where you live and who's there. So I think it makes no sense whatsoever as a white citizen of America to try to help black citizens anymore. It doesn't make sense. It's no longer a rational impulse. And so I'm gonna back off from being helpful to black America because it doesn't seem like it pays off. Like I've been doing it all my life, and the only outcome is I get called a racist. That's the only outcome. It makes no sense to help black Americans if you're white. It's over. Don't even think it's worth trying. Totally not trying. Now we should be friendly. Like I'm not saying start a war or do anything bad. Nothing like that. I'm just saying get away. Just get away.
I hope
I'm not listening to you, buddy. But yeah, I know y'all talked about it yesterday, Rico. But tell us your thoughts when you first heard that. What did you think?
You can't even make this stuff up. Which it somewhat piggies back onto, like I said, where I say always, as black people, we don't need to help white bigotry and racism in America. It needs no help. I will say this for Mr. Adams, while he does not espouse the thoughts of the majority of white America, he does espouse the thoughts of a very large population of white America. If it's 20%, well, hell, they 70% of the country, they're 20%, damn near double or triples the black population. So it's still pretty huge. So you don't have to be, thank God it's not the majority of white people, but it's too damn many that think like him. Couple of things. He spoke to a horrible poll, which was a white right-wing leaning poll, which was just a stupid poll. And the poll, the question was, is it okay to be white? That was the question. And of the question, 50% didn't say no. 50% didn't say yes. Because of the 50% that didn't say yes, half of them said they were unsure. I don't know if it's okay to be white. But he lumped them all in with the no's. Of that percentage that spoke out against it, the sample size was 1,000 people. I think it was 130 black people. So roughly about 35 black people said no. And he deemed to extrapolate from that 40 million black people, 34 of 40 million black people said no, that we're a hate group. He said that. Nothing in that poll or that survey asked him that. That came out of him. He further deemed white people should move away from him. Not him. Even if he pulled that from there, you move away from us. Why are you encouraging the rest of the tribe to move away? Because you're not even representative of all white people. You know, I could get it if he said, hey, I'm Scott Adams. I'm a 55-year-old white man. I stand 5 feet 4 inches tall. I'm 195 pounds. I make this amount of income. If you were speaking for that group, but you're speaking for the totality of white people to get away from black people for what 34 people said, and you demonized all of us a hate group. The man is a walking, talking textbook racist. That's all. So what I'm saying is what was problematic for me is this man has lived a life of privilege. For Dilbert is a comic that I loved. I used to think it was funny. I grew up pre-internet. Used to read the newspaper from cover to cover, the Peanuts, all of these comic strips. I used to love the comics, you know, especially on Sunday when it would be in color. Oh, wow. That was like in between comic books, comic strips, and I would read it. You know, my grandmother, an avid reader, got me into it. So I used to love, you know, comic strip, and I was a huge fan of Dilbert. This guy wrote books. You know, so when everybody dropped him, so I believe in cancel culture. His white ass got canceled, justifiably so. The only other known white racist in America that was balls enough to say something for him was Elon Musk, but he's the richest man in the world, so he can fly his racist flag, piece of South apartheid raised piece of shit. But that's true. And Beetle Bell, I used to love those comics. But this man for 30, I mean, the reeking of white privilege out of him to say what he said, and then to weaponize it against black people and go with remember how I started this, Arshawn? I'm just saying. Then he ran to Don Lemon. Well, Don Lemon said, I'm just saying, chew the meat, spit out the bones. That bullshit. Ain't no fucking meat in nothing he said. It was textbook racism. There was no meat on that bone. But the bringing Don Lemon, I'm going to bring a black guy into it. I'm pretty sure what Don Lemon was saying was when I lived in poor black neighborhoods. Because we know crime is bred by poverty. When Don Lemon was poor, he couldn't live with poor white people. He had to live with poor black people. When my black ass was poor, I lived with poor black people. I didn't live in a trailer park because them poor white people weren't going to let my ass because they were still white. So we know that segregation exists. So for him to sit there and try to say, Don Lemon said it, to weaponize. It's okay for me to shit on poor black people, because when you're talking about crime, you're only talking about poor people. Black people with money are not committing crimes. They got money. It's silly. So for me, that the unpacking of it, it was disappointing. It was hurtful. It's terrible. I am glad that they sit there and threw his fucking ass. I'll just be upset if they ever bring him back. He should. And here's the deal. For all you fucking free speech Nazis, he's free to go take that racism wherever the fuck he want to take it. He is. Nobody's stopping him. The Gannett newspaper and all these newspapers are private industry. They should not have to force to be dealing in the works of a bigot and a racist because of this free speech bullshit. And secondly, that rich white man won't go hungry. He's fucking rich. He's a multi-millionaire. He's been publishing that comic strip for 30-something years, multiple books, even though his publishers have dropped him and will not publish it anymore. Those in circulation, he will make his money. Thank God he can't get any richer. I hope the motherfucker don't wake. I won't kill him. But if he don't wake up tomorrow, I'm good. Because the thing is, what I heard from him, no, Arshawn, seriously, what I heard from him, he has nothing good to say about my people. Nothing. And he didn't say what I'm saying, but he wishing the same thing. So I'm wishing it right back on his racist ass. Motherfucker, I hope you don't wake up tomorrow. Because he's wishing it on all of us. He is. He just won't say it because that poll didn't say what it said. But he saw that poll say, we a hate group. What do you wish about a hate group? I don't have grace for the Klan. All my thumpers, y'all can pray for them. Fuck the Klan. Fuck the Klan. Fuck the Aryan Nation. All those hate groups, I don't have grace for them. I don't have grace or sympathy for hate groups because given the opportunity, they would bring death and destruction on me and people like me. So I do not have that for them. I don't have the luxury of having grace for hate groups. He deemed black people writ large as not my words. He played the Don Lemon thing. I'm going to play the Scott Adams thing. He said we're a hate group just for being black. I woke up, oh shit, I'm a hate group. I didn't know that. I wasn't hating nobody last night, but I guess I am today. So I wish the same thing. Your turn, sir. Sorry.
Nah, you're good. Nah, get it all. I had a hard time caring, honestly, about when I heard about it. I mean, because this is how I feel. I feel most people think this way. Like, I don't mean white people. I think most people, like, because of everything we've talked about, the conditioning of like white supremacy, racism, like this has been a long time thing. White flight has been a term for a long time. So this has been going on since time immemorial as far as American standards. For a really long time, people have wanted to get away from pockets of freestanding black people. So I didn't think anything of it. I think this is the default. Other groups, not even just white people, feel the same way. And black people feel the same way. Like, people are so quick to ready. I mean, they are running to get out of the hood. The moment they get Deion Sanders, what did he say? I want them to be ready to save their mama. And what he's talking about is save their mama from other black people. Like, I want to be able to buy my mother a house away from the other black people. I want to deposit her in a better environment, which is away from black people. So I mean, all that coded, all that stuff is, all that language is loaded. So that's my first thought is this is where most of us begin because of white. We want to call it white supremacy, racism, whatever you want to call it. Most of us run from blackness worldwide.
But can I ask you this though? And I so apologize, sir, for interrupting you. Your wisdom. I hate doing it. But my question is no, seriously, because my question, I hear what you're saying, and I believe 100% in what you're saying to a point. But I think because our measure is we've been conditioned to place whiteness or anti-blackness, which I think are the two sides of the same coin. You believe everything white is great, pure, and holy, and everything black is bad and negative. We've been so conditioned that even and it's a constant lifelong deprogramming, is like I grew up wanting to be around white because I was conditioned that it was safer, it was better. I did not want to be around black people. I wanted to be somewhere safe. I wanted my mama to have a good house with resources and cable and all this stuff. And I believe the only place it existed was among people who looked like the majority. So in wanting that, it wasn't one. If I could never visualize or believe in a place of black excellence, black beauty, black exceptionalism, I would have wanted that. Right. But never being afforded that, and even today, and again, like I said, this is a phenomenon that I know that exists, not just in the black community, because I see it in other ethnic communities that I move in particular, the Latino community. I know so many goddamn white validation-seeking ass Latinos. I'm like, damn.
Isn't there a term, hey Rico? Isn't there a term like purifying the race?
Yes, mejor la raza, to better the race. Basically, in essence, don't bring anybody black, and ethnically, a lot of them would prefer whiteness. Mm-hmm. The first preference is whiteness. I mean, also they want to stay within their own, but definitely remember, it's either pro-whiteness or anti-blackness. So you can be a Hispanic, even if I don't want nobody white, but you damn sure don't want nobody black. You definitely. So pro-whiteness and anti-blackness are two sides of the same coin, and even we suffer from it. We just call it colorism. So don't bring that old black ass. If you a light-skinned black person, they push or try to condition you to procreate with somebody light-skinned for the pretty hair. We used to say pretty hairs, little ignorant shit like that. Mm-hmm. So again, yes, I get what you're saying, but it is still problematic even with us. And I don't give us a pass if you come from the black community. You guys use trauma. I use the word survival, same thing. It's like, yeah, but this is why we've been programmed to it. And it's no excuse. We need to work our way out of it. We just need to work our way out of it. But this motherfucker don't help.
None of it helps. Well, all I'm saying is that we're all afflicted with the same disease. And because we all have the same disease, mm-hmm. I'm not giving him a pass. I'm saying, like I said earlier, there's a natural disaster, and I've already accounted for that. This is wind damage. This is just wind damage. I've already anchored down. Nothing of mine is going to blow away because of what he said. This is just a gusty day. Mm-hmm. Another gusty day. He's what I ain't gonna go there. But my next point, what I wanted to say was my thing about him, and I see it in the culture a lot. Why does everybody feel like they have to announce their exit? Because that was my thing. Like, you ever seen people in the chat room in your chat? I'm leaving here. If this is what y'all talking about, I'm leaving. I don't want nothing to do. I ain't never coming back. I'm unsubscribing. The announcing your exit. If you don't want to deal with black people, no, like you said, nobody was stopping him. He's got money. Mm-hmm. He probably doesn't even really deal with black people. He said he read a poll that made him feel a certain way. Yeah, and people are calling him racist. You know who's calling him racist? Somebody on Twitter. Yeah, he's running from real life black people in his mind because of stuff he's reading. Mm-hmm. And he's a writer. Yes, that's the most insane. That's why I say I understand how deep the sickness is. He's a writer who understands the power of word, medium, and art.
And a multimillionaire.
Becomes susceptible. Right. Becomes susceptible to words. He himself is falling victim to the influence of art and media. So it's like, it's so funny to see that happen, but it reinforces my concept of humanity is what we have to learn and adapt, because that's what tripped him up was his humanity.
Yeah,
because
or lack
thereof. But that's it's not the lack thereof. His humanity is his psychology is what tripped him up, that made him susceptible to influence. The susceptibility to outside influence was not because he's inhumane, it's because he's human. He listened to the wrong things too many times, and he started to believe them. Like even the Bible, faith comes by hearing, repetition, cognitive ease. These are like real things. And if you're in an echo chamber, if you hear things, Breep shared something a long time ago, the radicalization chamber. If you hear something long enough, because I've fallen victim to it too, you can start to believe it, or it becomes easier to believe, or you just don't fight against it so much because you hear it so much. It's like it's everywhere. Why would I? So you become numb to it. So that's what I'm saying with him. I understand him. I'm not saying it's right. He's still an idiot. And for me, like Nova said, he's weak for the posture that he took. It's a weak posture. Everything like bringing Don Lemon into it, even though he's running from black people, that's weak. Run to the public to announce your departure from black people and trying to gather the troops. We should all leave black people alone. Why couldn't you leave on your own?
Yep.
I mean, because that's one of the weakest things when you got to rally the cause. Like this is a rally. This is your rally to cause. I read a poll and I need everybody to stand with me and run away from black people. Like that's the most pathetic first world I live on Twitter thing I've heard this year.
You know what's so funny, Arshawn? It's like nobody saw this but me. Nobody saw this but me. Let me tell you, the black people, the blacks is a hate group. The blacks is a hate group. Run with me. Like, are you serious?
And let's be real, Rico. If blacks were a hate group, running away is not what white people would do. That's not the modus operandi.
We have to be the worst hate group on the planet. We have to be the worst. No, we would have to be the most inept hate group on the planet to be a hate group. Seriously. I'm like, based on what I know hate groups do, we're the fucking worst.
Yeah. You know what? You know, Rico, let's take down white people by having the lowest literacy rate. I think that'll show them. I think if we have a really high, intraracial violence rate, I think that'll teach these white people. You know what? If we have intergenerational poverty, let's stay poor for 150 years. If I bet that.
Sean, I'm gonna show the fucking cracker. Let me find a couple of niggas to kill. I don't get it. Like, and all I kept
can't
saying,
even organize a funeral.
Yeah, all I kept saying was, I was like, what is he reading? When I played it back and I listened to what he said, I was like, what poll says we're a hate group? Well, what poll say white people get away from black people? What kind of poll? So he didn't see it. I'm looking down. None of that's on the paper, but all that comes out his mouth. So where is it coming from? In here. He didn't read any of that. He felt that. So don't tell me he's not a racist. He didn't read that. That's not the question is it okay to be white? That's period. Is it okay to be white? Period. And then you had the poll results. And I'm like, okay, I read that question. Is it okay to be white? Period. Poll results, percent. Oh, black people. What the fuck are you looking at? That's all I'm like, I'm slow. But what made you see that other than you already felt we were a hate group? You don't need the poll. You didn't need the poll. That's just what you think and feel. So just, Scott, wake your little racist piece of trash ass up, which I hope you don't tomorrow, and get up and have your fucking cup of coffee and tell us how you feel about black people. Just tell us how you feel. Don't make up a poll. Don't drag Don Lemon in it. Just tell us how you feel about black people and stop hiding behind people's polls. Stop. And that's why you would justifiably cancel. And if I said it before, I'll say it again. Cancel culture is a good thing because there are times when it's needed. And I'm just happy to see this white man got canceled behind black people. I believe in cancel culture. I do. I think it can go. I think it can run amok. I think I think people get canceled for bullshit. I think Roseanne Barr racist ass when she called Valerie Jarrett a cross between the planet of apes. Yeah, that white, fat, pasty, non-funny bitch should have been canceled. I don't know why people are arguing for her. She can continue to be racist. But we don't have to. She can't force us to hear it because of her free speech. That's bullshit. Cancel culture is a real thing. It should be real. Do they get a little crazy with it? Sure. Absolutely. But I'm all right with it.
I definitely hear you. I want to interrupt this with something fun. We are getting ready to switch to the last topic, and this is how I'm going to break off this last topic. So we're going to get into black male identity. Let me read this comment. Rico is completely right. That's the first time that's ever been uttered. He already had the feeling before the video. He went on camera with facts, and Don Lemon quotes out of context to be persuasive to others, not himself. Yeah, it's weird. He's just not racist himself, but wants others to be racist. It's weird. I couldn't imagine being rich and still being a victim. Like when I talked about plight supremacy, like this is plight supremacy. Like he's got a plight. There's a hate group, so he's the victim. He's suffering a plight. There's a group of people that hate him because being white is okay, 50%. That's such a plight. It's sickening. Like and that level of feebleness. Yeah, that level of weakness and feebleness. Oh, only 50% of people said we're okay. It's okay to be white. My God, my life is over. My career has been wasted. What have I done? Like that's the weirdest.
And what's crazy? So the other half of black people said, yes, it's okay. Right?
But I know from psychology, I promise you, I've been bothering people in my Discord. We focus on the negative, no matter how skewed it is. If we get, I promise you, Rico, even you probably seen it on the panel. If there be like 9, yeah, Rico, yeah, brother Clarence, yeah, OG, yeah, then that one person come in, y'all some idiots. That's the comments you notice. We all focus on, no matter what the percentage is, we focus on that negativity, and I do it too.
But not to that degree.
No, I mean that's weak. That's y'all. Yeah, that was weak.
Okay.
Yeah, but I want to yeah, it was weird. Yes, I think any white person that doesn't want to be around us, but yeah, and it's cool. That's the other thing. That's he's divesting. That was a divester statement. That was a divester. That was a passport, bro. I don't want to deal with black people. I'm on my way out. Right. All of y'all should quit dealing with black people. That was a divester. That's what that was.
And what's crazy is I'm like, you act like you don't have a choice. You have endless choices. You posit the question as if, wait a minute. So he doesn't want to leave black people. That's the go back to Africa. Because he don't want to leave America. He want America to kick out all black people. See, that's the predecessor to the go back to Africa movement. See, it's not okay. Because by his logic and his belief and his structure system, remember, America is a white Judeo-Christian country. Irregardless of the fact that historically they stole it from Native people. It's a white Judeo-Christian country. So anyone who cannot assimilate to that ideology, you got to go. You got to go. Fuck the multicultural, fuck the multi-ethnicity. We are a white Judeo-Christian nation. And anybody who's outside of that, according to Mr. Adams, you got to go. That's the problem.
Nah, I was cracking up in my head because
Judeo.
I like judo.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's Judeo when I'm sober. It's judo when I'm not.
That's what's up. But ladies and gentlemen in the chat, I really appreciate y'all. If y'all still with us and you have not, please like the video again. Not playing the clip this time for sure, but I do want to ask y'all because my last video when I was asking for the likes, y'all actually liked it more than anybody. I guess I have to do that. So I'll actually be more present on asking for the likes. I really do appreciate all of y'all for hanging with us this long. I have a little bit of fun here. Now, I don't think Rico does reactions to Kendra G, but we about to get Rico in on some Kendra G messiness to talk about. Let me get my banner up.
I've seen some. I've never done one, but yeah, I've seen. I've been on a
Yeah.
couple of channels where they've done some. I've just sat in the chat and laughed.
Where did I put it?
Yeah, they have some. They have some tragic contestants here.
Whew.
They do. I'm like,
we
damn.
never.
Okay.
Yeah, buddy. Got the perfect name for Rico now.
Let's have at it.
All right, man. But let's get in. What is up, Abraham? Abraham in the building. Appreciate you, my guy. Let me see. Let's get this
Salute
in.
to Abraham.
Smash the like button.
Bro,
yeah, Abraham, he over there doing big things. AK on fire. AK on fire is the channel. AK on fire. Let's talk to Better Life is the channel. Let's talk to Better Black Life is the channel. You know, we got Kawaii Bree 123 or Kawaii Bree Can't Relate. That's the channel. And Touch of Noir. Are you a content creator? I haven't seen. I know you're coming over from. I've met you through Yellow. But are you a content creator? Check out her channel. She has a channel. Please check and see if she does content. Wireless Woman, the Wireless Woman, that is a channel. So, go check out these dope content creators, man. I really, really appreciate all of y'all for being here. Yeah, there's no like on Twitch. Absolutely. Don't like it. Actually, you can dislike it. Disliking it is just fine. And not anymore? Okay. Got you. All right, Rico, listen. I need you to listen to this.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing, Kendra?
Good. Can you give me better light, baby? I need better light for you.
Can you see me now?
You ain't do anything, child.
What about now?
Wipe your screen. This is better. You want the lights in your face. The light is behind you. So all those lamps, can you turn around where they're in the front of you? Is that possible?
Is that better?
If you're by a bathroom, go to a bathroom, hon. Can you see yourself? Can you see what I see? Keep going.
I can. Oh, yeah.
Okay, now turn around. Yeah, turn around. You want the light in your face. You seem tall. Are you by a bathroom? That's
Okay,
better.
right
That's
here.
better. That's better. All right. How tall are you? Stop, baby. Stop moving. Go back to the light. Now, how old are you? Right there.
41.
Okay, stay right there now. 41. Where you calling me from, Terrence?
Detroit, Michigan.
I don't normally ask height, but you seem tall. How tall are you?
I'm only 5'9".
Really? You seem a lot taller. Okay. 41, Terrence, Detroit, 5'9". What do you do for a living?
I own my own construction. I do demolition and reconstruction.
Construction. Okay. Do you have any kids?
7 boys.
You have 7 kids.
Yes.
By how many women?
3.
What are your kids' ages?
One is 24, 13, 11, 9, 6, 5, 2. Yeah, 5 and probably 2.
Why you not with the 2-year-old mom?
Oh, she upstairs.
What happened?
She's upstairs.
What's going on? What are you looking for tonight?
I'm looking for.
Wait. Before you do that, Rico, what do you think? You talk about tragic. 7 kids. 7 kids.
Oh God! Oh God!
Boy, these people crazy.
Oh, that nigga need to be a eunuch.
Man, it's about that time.
This is crazy. 7 is. I'll be honest with you. I would have thought it would have been more baby mamas.
I was thinking
because a lot of time I would have thought it would have been like 5 or 6 baby mamas, but still it doesn't matter. 7 is maybe 2 of them were very fucking hard-headed and just kept having kids with this fool. But then he got a 2-year-old with the baby mama upstairs.
Right. Come on.
I'm like, nigga, if you don't go drown yourself right now, I don't know what. You just do. Her stitches ain't dry. Seriously. You got a 2-year-old and you in her house? The fuck are you talking about?
Hey, Yella and Bree, we have something we have a clip that accurately describes his situation with his children.
And how are your kids coping through everything? And how are you and Corey doing?
Everything, I have to say it's great. Of course, you have good days and bad days, but there are definitely more good days than bad days. And the kids are wonderful. They are thriving. They're happy. And, Corey and I, we're doing great. I talk to them every single day. We tell each other we love each other every single day.
At the end of the day, it's, are they happy? Are they thriving? Are they growing? And I feel like that is what is most important.
This is fine. I'm okay with the events that are unfolding currently.
That dude, he's thriving. His kids are thriving. They're happy. He gets to tell his woman every day that he loves her because she's right upstairs. I mean, she's right upstairs.
This is tragic.
Oh, but it gets worse, Rico. Now, first,
did you say, man, you didn't have to be black men?
I want everybody to visually put a pair of glasses on this guy.
But Arshawn,
I'm gonna answer.
This is because as a black man, and I quote unquote, this Negro supposedly is a masculine black man.
Mm-hmm.
This is another reason why I don't want to be part of the tribe. Because oh God, okay.
Yeah, damn, Rico. Yeah, it gets worse. It gets worse. It gets worse. Because again, we're talking about black male identity, and do we need to diversify or become more empowered? Now, but before that, I want everybody to put a pair of glasses. Like, take your fingers and put a pair of glasses on this guy. And does he look like anybody on the panel?
Everybody better say no.
Oh shoot! But I want y'all to hear what he says he's looking for, because this is what got me. This blew me.
What's going on? What are you looking for tonight?
I'm looking for a straight man that I can get with. We can get together. I can get new benefits. I just want benefits with us.
Did you hear that? Did you hear what that man just said?
What the fuck did he say?
He looking for a straight man. He looking for a straight man. Hold on.
What?
Hold on, wait. Oh God.
I can get with. We can get together. I can get new benefits. I just want benefits with us to be together, and we can work together, and don't got to worry about all the bullshit in a marriage. Like me have my money.
So you're bisexual?
No, I'm straight. I just want another straight man so we can work together without all the bullshit. He can have all the girlfriends he want. I can have all the girlfriends I want. We just got the partnership at
this nigga. Just kill him. Just kill him. Just kill him.
I'm so confused. So you want to? Are you You're not bisexual?
No, I just want somebody, a companionship. You know me. I don't got to worry about nobody taking half my money. We can build together, work on stuff, and he can have girlfriends. I can have girlfriends.
Yes. Are you trying to be funny?
No, for real. Like a best friend. Like like a best friend, but we just married. We can get all the benefits.
He wants to marry his best friend.
So you want to marry a straight man?
Yeah.
He wants to marry. He wants extra income. He wants to marry a straight man so they can get all of the benefits of marriage and be friends and roommates. Rashandia, no, don't send him to Rashandia.
Don't send that motherfucker to Rashandia. I'm like, we kill that motherfucker at the border. He can kill. Even if he said he was looking for a gay man, how are you looking for that after 7 kids?
Listen, everybody thinks he's trolling. Kendra thinks he's trolling, but I'm gonna tell y'all, he's gonna say some stuff in a minute that makes me think he's not trolling.
I just pray deep down in my soul that he has no custody of any of his children, nor ever will. I don't even want him to have an imprint on his children's lives. I know I don't have any say over it. Absolutely none. But as a decent human being at this level of irresponsibility, he should not have any influence over. I wouldn't let that motherfucker control my dog.
Transaction
because the
sexual.
level of sheer irresponsibility defies understanding. If you think this way, you should not be in control of anything other than yourself, and you should still be medicated.
He needs another man to add to the group.
I can't.
Oh shoot.
Oh, that's what. Go put Bree's comment up. That's funny.
Yeah. Transactional
sexual.
Jesus Christ.
This is crazy.
Man, but let me play it a little bit more because man, it's a short one.
Black men, let's be ashamed of ourselves.
Boy.
Yeah, but we can have our girlfriends, but we can all have.
Why would it
benefits?
Listen, Terrence, I'm not sure. Like that's why I'm trying to save you right now because if you're trying to be a comedian, it's whack. So I don't want you to walk down this rabbit hole of I'm a comedian. I want to come on Kendra's show.
I'm not being a comedian. I'm really being honest. I was really thinking about something like this.
I know people do that at times, and I just want to make sure that ain't your goal because you bombing if that's the case. So
no, I'm not. I'm really.
So you're telling me as a straight man, you want to marry another straight man
just for benefits?
What straight man is
already been in?
What straight man?
I don't know. I think a couple. We didn't. Me and my homeboy, we didn't talk about it, and our homeboy to us, we was like, that does sound kind of good because we don't got to worry about all the bullshit that comes with the modern day women.
Who the fuck is this homeboy that agree with this shit?
I think women should say they want to do the bullshit you come with. You have 7 kids by 3 women. It ain't no walk in the park to deal with you.
But with my 7 kids, all my kids are daddy boys, and I take care of all my kids.
It don't matter. Anyone that
all my kids look towards me. I'm a father.
You have 7 kids, so that means she's signing up to be number 8, right behind your children. Why would a woman say I want to be 8th in line in anything in life?
8 in line. My kids come for anybody.
This argument is about you dealing with modern women. You are not no resume a woman wants to jump on. If you didn't
Why not? I own my own stuff. I own my own house. I own all my stuff.
And you want to marry a man?
Yeah, and I got 7.
So okay, you have 7 kids.
That's like Nick. That's like Nick Cannon.
And you think you're a woman's dream?
This for the benefits. This for the benefit.
Terrence, let me say something to you.
Then I'm not trying to be with no woman. I'm not even trying to be with the woman like that. I'm just like I said, we just trying to have fun.
Terrence, if you're gay, just say you're gay. It's okay. Yes, I am happy. We are three over here that accepts everybody.
I am very happy.
You are a bisexual man. It is okay. We are fine with that. We can find you a bisexual man.
I am gay because I'm very happy. I am happy. But I was saying, I was looking at it and I was talking with my whole couple people we know. We asked.
Nah, that's the part I wanted to get to. He said he talked to her with his homeboy earlier. He said he's talking to her with his friends and a couple people he know. This is something he's been talking to people about.
That's why I think it's real. If they're open to the idea, then they're gay, even if he's not gay, because he's not talking to a heterosexual man that's open to the idea. Arshawn, you can't tell me, Rico, I know you straight, but what you meant? Fuck no. If I'm open to the idea, I'm gay. So
man, the benefits.
He's gay, he's trolling, or he's talking to his gay friends. And yes, your gay friend will marry your gay loving ass, and that's okay. But this is crazy.
But my issue is I have to know what the benefit. I mean, because everybody got a price. I'm not having sex with a guy, but I would put pen to paper if I was getting like $10,000 a month. Like we could be on paper. Rashawn married Rico.
Living in the house, 10,000. Sleeping in the bed together.
We're not sleeping in the bed together. We got to have different rooms. Hey, listen, man. I can have a roommate. I've had roommates before. That ain't a problem.
The construct of that idea, even if it's an idea for a hustle, because what was that? It was a movie they did not too long ago with the 2 white guys, and they were firefighters. And Huh? Chuck and
I said,
Ted?
yeah.
Yeah, and one was
I can't remember the name, but I know something about
if he wasn't married, this, that, whatever.
Was it
Kevin
Kevin James was in there?
Yes, Kevin James was in it. The construct of that idea doesn't come from no sexuality. If you're, it's even if it's just no, I don't. Yeah, roommates. I totally agree. I've had roommates before, but nah. Shit, not the parents, Bert and Ernie. They said they was a gay couple.
Yeah, not the Rocky and Bullwinkle. I need my own room. I'm not sharing a room for $10,000.
What about Bert and Ernie? Sesame Street.
To share a room with another guy, to marry and share a room with another guy, it would take way more than $10,000. I need my own personal space.
Yeah, that guy's just too much. But I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't know what Kendra G, because Kendra G, I will say this, I don't think she's in on it, but I think her show attracts all kinds of weirdos.
Hey.
So Kendra G puts on a show, a dating show, and every
attention
weirdo known to man will show up. So he could have been, if he was true, he needed just to go to sleep for good.
Yeah, it's almost over.
Kids, that's crazy.
Yeah. Let me finish this up. It's like another minute before, But.
Wait a minute, how did he say his oldest kid was?
A lot of people meet a lot of males I talk to.
I can't even remember.
I think he said he had if someone can remember like a 19 or 21-year-old, let me tell you something. If that was my daddy, I'm going over his house putting motherfucking hands on him after watching this.
And
I'm putting hands on my father. I'm not going to be 21 years old and my father does this and I'm 24. Not going to go put hands on him. I'm going to put hands on him. 24. Thank you. He better pray it's a girl because I'm putting hands on that motherfucker.
Oh, God.
Fuck that shit. God. You're not putting me out there like this. So is he not thinking about that child?
Nah. No,
is he not thinking about that 24-year-old man? They're
going to have women, Bree, they would have women. So they said they could, each husband could have all of the girlfriends they wanted to.
No,
but we know he is, because it's not like he's not trying to. Yeah, it's not about sex. They want benefits, which is I know like somebody said health insurance and stuff like that.
No,
property. No, I don't. That's not a good enough benefit for me to marry a man.
You can get all that without being married to a man.
Right.
He just want to marry a man. Fuck him. He gay.
Yes.
I'm not saying he gay. I'm just sitting there saying this is bullshit. But go ahead.
It's weird, but yeah, it's about another minute. We done with that.
I'm a 24-year-old son. I'm
going to talk about it.
Hands on.
You can be bisexual. We won't judge you here. Just walk in your truth.
Anybody that know me won't believe I was bisexual.
Oh, any man that's watching this is gonna know you're bisexual, because no straight man
I
want to marry another straight man. So listen, we can
find we got benefits with this. You ever seen with business? It's all about business. It's all about making a power move.
Talks about marrying another man is bisexual or gay, and it's fine. It's fine. We don't care.
How? That's like having a roommate with benefits. That's like me and my homeboy get his roommate. We being married for is for benefits.
Terrence,
I'm not talking about courting the man. I'm talking about on the financial level is getting the benefits of tax breaks, of being married.
But it's okay. You came out tonight on my show as a bisexual man, and it's fine.
It's fine. It's okay.
Any bisexual man that wants to reach out to Terrence, he's looking to marry you. Give them your contact information.
No, the only reason I want to let it play is this. Black men, if you're willing to subjugate your sexuality for benefits, you're going to subjugate your sexuality, your heteronormative sexuality for benefits. You are. Do you know what he's saying about black men? We're some sorry motherfuckers. You remember the term hobosexual? Oh, you a hobo, so you gonna sleep with anybody, no matter how undesirable, just to have a place. But now I'm willing to subjugate my sexuality for benefits.
What did that have to do with his sexuality? That's what I was gonna say about Kendrick. No, he didn't say that.
He said, I'm willing to be, he keeps saying a straight man. He kept emphasizing that. But it doesn't matter. We know that if you're talking about male marrying a same-sex marriage is considered a marriage of homosexuality. We don't have same-sex marriages for heterosexual people. Hetero means opposite. Homo means same.
Okay.
So when you do same, you're homo, not hetero. So I don't
it's a homosexual marriage. It's a homosexual marriage with heterosexual relationships.
Homosexual marriage. He don't get to change shit. Okay,
But he gets
you
to
ain't
have
gonna wiggle his ass out of it.
relationships.
Whatever. Say whatever you want. But if you're willing to subjugate your marital status,
yeah, it's just marital status.
Benefits.
That's what it's for. The marriage contract is for benefits.
Then you can do it hetero. If you're heterosexual,
he doesn't want to marry a woman.
But it's only for benefits. It's only for benefits. So the same way you can have a non-sexual relationship with a man, you can a non-sexual marriage with a man, you can have a non-sexual marriage with a woman.
You know how unlikely that is?
No. Now, how unlikely it is that two men get married and they ain't sucking each other off?
Unlikely. I don't know.
They doing it. Knock it off. Okay, so the non-sexual hetero relationship, the unlikeliness of that is the same as not.
He already got a chick upstairs.
Bruh.
He probably isn't even gonna move her out.
He gay.
Why?
And that's okay.
Rico trying to tell you this is some homophobia.
No, I'm saying this is some self-denial.
No, he don't have to be gay because he's signing a paper to get benefits.
No, if he's sitting there saying, I'm going to be in same gender loving marriage, then he's saying husbands, right? Then you're saying gender loving, and that's okay. But don't do it and then go, oh, but I'm really, what's this half foot in, half foot out shit?
That's what everybody's trying to do. Everybody wants to get all the benefits of everything without any of the risks. So what he said literally was, I don't want. Go ahead.
No, I'll tell you perfectly. We have that already. It already exists without even getting married. It's called civil unions.
But he wants the benefits of the marriage.
He's full of shit. Let's go to the next one. I ain't arguing with your ass all night. Because I know you like Clarence with that. You're going to be all night arguing with the other side. I'm like, no. This one is a bridge too far. Right. Domestic partners. Thank you, Clarence.
Domestic partnership.
About time your old ass came over here and gave me an assist. But you're right. Domestic partners. I don't want to hear that. Thank you, Bree. This bros. But you know what? I do believe a lot of the manosphere's on that. I really do. I believe all these terms that you come up with, Bree, they fit the space.
Now, Brother Clarence, what you mean I got to get cable? You trying to tell me I got to leave Kendra G alone? I need to watch cable instead of Kendra G? Some of these manosphere dudes are brothers.
Let me freshen my glass.
Go ahead. But as we're talking about black male identity, I wanted to bring him up because, again, he's trying to break the mold of how black men are supposed to operate. And you see us real time, us and Kendra rejecting his redefinition of what a black man is supposed to be able to do. He's saying a black straight male can marry a black straight male and still be a straight male. That's what he's saying. He's redefining. He's breaking all of the constructs, even the ones that have been introduced by LGBT, because this is a new one. I have never heard this one. But Brother Claire said, yeah. I have cable, but I don't watch it as much. YouTube is crazier than scripted television, which is it's crazy. He's just looking for his better half for Sean, his soulmate. Woo, wow, that's dirty. But I'm going to play I don't know if I want to play that whole video or not. A couple of people talking about this thing. It's about 6 minutes. I'm going to let it play while Rico is refreshing. But it's about black male identity and how we feel like we have to identify. But that's a conversation that we're going to be having again tomorrow, Thursday. We're going to be talking about the homophobia that was we witnessed on Black Man Unfiltered. Was that Friday Night Barbershop panel? We're going to talk about that tomorrow. But we want to talk a little bit about black male identity before Rico times out. You know, because he's about on that third glass. He's probably about on his last glass before he times out. You know, he's going to pass out. Pass out.
Rest.
That's where it starts getting interesting.
In a very long time, I think it's so layered and nuanced. Like we're getting to have conversations about a blackness that doesn't exist solely in this.
I miss Brother Clarence's question. Hold up. What is the major issue with his ideology? Me, I don't have one with it. It's different.
Ideology?
That guy, I'm assuming the guy that wanted to marry the guy, the straight man that wanted to marry a straight man.
It's stupid. It's stupid. That's enough, Clarence. Go on. Don't be trying. He gonna sit there and try to make us pick it apart. It's a dumbass idea. We have enough. Didn't you already say earlier in the earlier conversation about us being overloaded with choices?
Mm-hmm.
Now we're interested, and we're already overloaded with choices around ideology, sexuality, orientation. And I'm not saying not to make room for more, but I'm like, God damn. Yeah. You already said we're overloaded. So, Clarence, if you want to find you a bro husband, you go ahead. Okay? Because we about
bro
to
Clarence, bro Clarence, and bro Terrence.
I'm not accepting it. Okay, there you go. Don't propose to me, Negro. But go ahead. What's wrong with his ideology?
Space of like, yo, can you play spades? Can you name me all the black movies from the 90s and the 80s and the 70s? Which I mean, is great and it's important, but I think also too, it's like, how are you choosing to identify with that blackness and also not having that blackness be an identifier for your humanity? Like, I'm a black man, I'm also a human being. I lead with my blackness first and foremost, but I think we are finally opening the doors to like ask the question, like, what kind of black are you? Like, and being able to sit with that and not be judged for what we perceive to be a lack or a need in that way.
But Justice, we're asking that of ourselves. We've known, and maybe we're getting better at it as a community, this nuanced blackness, right? We're not looking at everybody and expecting you to be this or be that when we look at our black brothers and sisters. But outside of our community, are you getting that sense that others are looking at us and seeing nuanced blackness?
No, not always. I think with the same thing with college, when I'm from Omaha, Nebraska, it's a conservative red state, right? And moving to New York, I'm thinking, oh my God, everything's going to be liberal. I'm going to be able to do all these different things. And then I realized that racism acts very much different here. There's a neoliberalism that like I have to navigate. And I think that still hasn't really changed. I think that nuanced lens is still pretty distant for people outside of the community.
Mike, what do we do with this word? What is masculine now? What is masculinity when we talk about it now? I mean, we can say all day long, well, masculinity doesn't have to be this type. It could be the guy pushing a stroller, take care of his kids, But
don't ask
really,
Black Man Unfiltered panel.
I mean, that's a different image. But when we talk about masculinity, men, what are we still talking about today?
It's a really great question. I think it's a very two-part nuanced question. I think the natural assumption is masculinity is being tough, having a hard exterior, being athletic, being dominant, being gregarious, being loud, and being bold. I think that is what we think about when we think about the terms of masculinity.
We as in all of us, not just one community.
I think as a society, not just Black. I think this is for the white community, for the Latinx community, for the API community. I think that is what we think about men.
Is there an extra stank on it when it comes to Black masculinity, though?
Absolutely. And I think that's shifted and shaped by the media. As much as I gave the media a pat on the back for doing this special today, right now, I'm also going to critique the media as well, because the media has such a very myopic view of what a Black man is. On television right now, you're still either a rapper or an athlete.
Yeah, and I think just to partner with that too, Mike, I think the problem is also when we talk about masculinity, we're generally looking at it through the cis hetero lens, right? Like it's like all the things we're talking, all the things you just mentioned so beautifully, right? Like dominating, super hyper masculine, like muscular, athletic, tall, like takes care of the home, financially stable, things of this nature, which not to say like they aren't important, but I think it all comes through. And again, media and film play a large part in that. And like how you're supposed to show up as a man, as a masculine man, especially as a Black man. And if you don't show up in that way, it then begins, you can also potentially start questioning your own manhood. And the community might do that as well, whether it's internally or even externally. Like if you're not doing these things, then are you really a man? Like it's...
Where are you all seeing anywhere that we are doing a good job of challenging this idea of masculinity? Is there, you were talking about the media, but I mean, in our communities, in our home, is there somewhere you all are seeing good indicators of, yes, we are taking this on and we are challenging this idea that we have?
Go ahead. Absolutely. I think to what you two are specifically saying too as well, I was thinking about this narrative of the masculinity has range now because social media has allowed us to find our tribes. We now have access to information. So now we do know that Black men cry. We do know that Black men hike. We do know that Black men fly fish. We now know that Black men can swim. Right?
You wanted to jump in on, you wrap this point.
I guess in regards to masculinity and manhood, I don't know if those things like coexist. I feel like sometimes masculinity can be like a trap that we're like set to like run after. It's kind of like this bone that's hanging in front of you of like, if you get this, like all these things are gonna happen. And sometimes that masculinity is even made for like Black men, right? Like I think of like those same like ideas of dominance and like aggression are so often have to do with like colonization and like white men, and like Black men are never going to be white men in those ways. And also thinking about seeing your TED talk about co-parenting, in my mind, that was manhood. It wasn't masculinity. And so, and in some way that is queer. That's a queer way of living.
Absolutely.
That makes sense?
No, absolutely. And I mean, and I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the fact that a lot of the language I've learned as a cis hetero Black man, as far as like creating brave spaces, come from the queer community. And I think part of that is because there's a sense of like freedom and not just freedom of expression, but like freedom in spirit that I think I encourage all of us, especially us as Black men, to have. It's like, how can we show up in spaces with ourselves, whether it's the barbershop, whether it's the green room, whether it's the block, whatever, and like have intimate conversations, be able to tell you like, yo, I love you, bro. Or like, yo, I know you're going through something. Let's unpack that together in a way that doesn't have to feel indifferent. Like the emotional IQ that's required in order to create space for someone to say like, yo, I'm going through something and I don't have the language for it. So like, how can we unpack that together? Like, to me, that's manhood. Like that's manly.
What you think, Rico? And then tell me, why did you want to talk about this today? What was in your, I know you said Idris Elba for the other thing, but what made you want to talk about?
I can't. I probably from listening to you and Yella yesterday. Again, like I said, I felt like what you two gentlemen did yesterday was you put on a master class, and the way you dissected and broke down the conversation, especially the topic of those three women. And I'm certainly looking forward to tomorrow's topic.
Oh my God.
Especially because those niggas need the business. They need the business. But it, it bothered me. And bro Clarence is here, and he know I reached out to him before, and I told him, I'm like, you know what? I'm sick and tired of these LGBTQ bashing spaces and conversations, because I think, especially in the Black community, not most, at least the spaces I've been in, the people are unqualified to have the conversation. They shouldn't be having the conversation. So seeing the conversation that you had, it restored my faith, we tapped on doing a reaction to it, and thankfully Reckless and Conscious came over to it, and I think we did okay. But I even told Clarence, even on that situation, I think that we failed, that we still didn't have the conversation. As far as I'm concerned, we didn't say anything like nothing to be drugged for, and they'll tell you it was nothing to be drugged for. But even our level of intellect around the community and the conversation was not sufficient. But we were willing to listen. We were closed mouth, open ears, but we were still ignorant. And I don't say to myself included. And hearing this conversation, and then like and I listened to that 4-hour shit throwing monkey show that they had on Black Man Unfiltered, and with the exception, I will call him out by name, of course, my brother Clarence, and no preference to him, but thankfully he listened to my wise counsel and said, don't stay on that shit long. I told you how they get. Him, Mandrill, Mr. Bennett, and who the fuck else? I can't say of anybody else. Everybody else can go to hell. I mean, if I'm missing anybody, I'm sorry. But I'm not even going to call out the names that you called out that were extremely homophobic, bigoted, problematic with what they said. And I always go back to me being a child born in 1964, growing up in an extremely bigoted, homophobic, detestable. I can't tell you how many times I've used the F slur against the LGBT community. Never against, here's crazy, never against anybody in the community, but against heterosexual men as a slur and as an insult.
Same.
From his knee high growing up. And if my ass can evolve, so can you. So to hear what I heard bothered me. It moved me to my core. I don't, my mother was not doing, my upbringing was not of the community, but doing my younger brother, after I was an adult outside the house, did live her authentic, true experience, never remarried. And, she did what she did. So I feel like she repressed a lot of what she was for us, having children, being a single mother. I don't know. I never had that conversation with her. I never felt like I deserved to have that conversation with her. If that was a conversation that she wanted to have with me, that was her choice and volition to bring it up. Other than that, none of my fucking business. Shut the fuck up. She's my mother and I love her. Case closed. But to hear the bigotry that was espoused against Reckless and Conscious, and I on Conscious video where he was checking out, I just left a comment like, I understand. I fully understand. I fully understand why if I was you and I was in your community, I'd say fuck the cisgender community. Fuck y'all. Y'all don't want to listen. Y'all don't want to understand. Y'all don't want to learn. Y'all don't care. Don't waste your time with us, because you are absolutely right, sir. From what I saw in that display. And I don't feel like I need to be trying to broach myself as, oh, I'm different. No. Be guarded against all of us, because there's not enough of us showing the empathy or the understanding for you to sit there. And him and Reckless came to that panel to be open in their authentic self, and for what they had to deal with, they shouldn't have had to deal with. They should. So as a cisgender, heterosexual Black male, I think it is terrible. I'm embarrassed. I'm fucking embarrassed. And for the intellect that they brought to the conversation and the fucking stupidity on the other side, I'm triply embarrassed. I'm like, you motherfuckers didn't even have an intelligent argument, just bigotry. So with that being said, for me, and tapping in with what we just saw on the video, I personally believe that masculinity, like femininity, is gradations. It's spectrum. You can be hyper masculine all the way to barely masculine, but you still are on the masculinity spectrum. Same thing with femininity. I don't think that masculinity, in the way that a lot of bigots like to describe it, is static. It's you're either this or you're not this. I'm like, no, that's bullshit. So, like I was telling you earlier in the conversation, I'm like, well, we talk about Black men. Some Black men are super bookish and super nerdish. Would never touch a fly. But if their sexual orientation isn't different than heterosexual, we don't decide that they're not masculine. We know we got Desmond Doss in World War II is a Congressional Medal of Honor winner, the highest award that the military can give in combat. He saved 75 lives. He never carried a weapon. He was an extreme conscientious objector and a pacifist. Refused to carry so much as a knife. I'm like, so masculinity presents itself in different ways. What is masculinity? I think it is, I can define it for self, but I can't define it for others. And I don't think I get to take away someone else's masculinity because it doesn't fit within my bucket or my space of comfort. The same thing I do believe, like they sit and say, is that we're all born with, I have a high degree of masculinity. I also have a high degree of femininity. I'm married. When me and my wife, we get into it, there are times when I get upset, I hurt her feelings, and literally I cry. And then I cry because I get so confused because I hurt my wife and I don't know how to fix it. And I'm lost, I'm confused, and all of this feminine energy rise and bubble to the top of me. And I have to live in that space until I can figure out what's wrong. There are times when I get angry, masculinity rises up within me. So being a fully formed human being, to deny, I'm no more going to deny the masculinity in those men than I would deny the femininity within myself. It doesn't even, like I said, the loss of my mother, I was extremely feminine. When me and my wife have certain fights, I become extremely feminine because there's fear about, the harm that I put on her. What is it doing to our marriage? Just the struggle. Oftentimes, intellectually, I can't come up with a fucking answer. And what brings me out of it is femininity, not masculinity, because masculinity shuts me down and makes me stupid. Only femininity make me say, shut the fuck up. You heard her, you were wrong, and listen. So when I see these gentlemen in these spaces to try to say an aesthetic, just what we see on the outside determines it. There's nothing aesthetically feminine about me, but I am pink, rainbows, and fucking unicorns inside when I'm hurting. Facts. So I think it is ridiculous. You can be the harshest person. You can't take that away from anybody because we are all. We are all, and we are everything. So this whole what John, I don't care what those men look like. It doesn't really matter. And just the diminishing of reckless and conscious to me it disgusted me. It disgusted me. I was just like, these gentlemen are bringing facts after facts after facts after fact. And all I'm hearing from the other side is homophobia and bigotry. That's all I heard. I did not hear one sound, rational fact to dispute anything. Y'all just didn't like the way they looked. And man, I didn't. And Sam, it was shocking to me, especially and Brother Conscious, if you're listening, I'm just not used to it, but it doesn't mean that I can, because what I also said was the same way that heterosexual people get upset about same-sex marriages, I'm in an interracial marriage. 50 years ago, y'all motherfuckers had a problem with that. So fuck you. Fuck you. Get used to theirs just like you had to get used to mine. And that's the fact. Because it ain't going nowhere. It ain't changing. Your turn.
No, I love it. Yeah, CTV is super dope. Shout out to Sim. Education versus opinioncation. Yeah, it is. There's definitely a lot of that. Yeah, it's a good one though. But Sim Simmer, man, shout out to you. Appreciate you for being here. Rico, yeah, you killed that. Reckless was military for sure. The way we approach masculinity, manhood, all of that stuff is I would say uneducated, but it's also unintuitive, which I know intuition is like a feminine principle. But I think men we're trying to fight femininity out of us. So I don't know what lie we bought where we thought we could not possess any femininity, any aspect of femininity. We're scared of it. So I'm like, everybody's talking about bigging you up the way you talk, the empathy that you display with your wife and your mother, like that is dope. And I'm waiting for it to come up here. I'm so proud of you, Rico. But yeah, so I mean that is dope, and a lot of men most men wouldn't even feel comfortable admitting that. Like, forget about real time, forget about feeling it and then experiencing it, but just being able to admit that publicly is a level of courage most men wouldn't be able to step up to. So it's really weird that I've seen so many people fight off femininity to their detriment because we need that balance. Rico must buy a 40-pack of limes weekly. Man, yeah, buddy. But I saw that on that panel, and I was equally as embarrassed because I couldn't imagine being so threatened by the way a guy gestures, because Reckless was on camera, and the way he gestures, and the way his hands and neck. So the expression, the physical expression, and in the way Conscious sounds, because that's all they got, because Conscious wasn't on screen. They didn't see Conscious hair. They didn't see Conscious makeup. They didn't see Conscious nails. All they heard was the voice. And the one guy would, get the Harlem shaking. And I'm like, why are you so bothered by the sound of another person's voice?
And
to that degree.
Did they have and let me ask you this. Did they have to be so disrespectful too? Because I did notice I was like, they sat silently for very long periods of time. And I get it. I was like, I'm not going to say that nothing about Conscious aesthetics was jarring to me. It was just like, oh, because my first thing that I always wanted when I first saw Conscious and Reckless, because obviously Reckless, you can tell he's of the community, but still his aesthetics is more neutral. The only thing about, and I'll be honest with you, Conscious, if you're listening, it's only the hair. It's not the fact you got a full fucking beard. So there's nothing about seeing you with a beard but obviously with the long hair. So my thing was initially when I first saw you for the first time, it was like, well, how does he want to be addressed? And I'm even careful about saying he, because maybe you want to be addressed. I don't know what pronouns you want to use. And I want to be respectful for it, because it's the same way, like I told somebody, some people will go like, oh, Yella. I ain't going to call him Yella because I'm like, motherfucker, the same way you can bend yourself to call him Yella or call you, all these other avatar names that we come up with. If that's not too much of a lift to you, why, as a heterosexual man, you feel like it's too much of a lift to address a transgender person as a she because it's transgender? If she wants to be addressed as a she, address her as a fucking she. Why is that a big lift for you? Okay, I could call myself King Rico, and you will call me King Rico all fucking day, and I'm the king of nothing. But if you wanted to be Mrs. Rashawn, I'm not called, like, no, dude, don't make it about you. Make it about the person that you address and give them the same respect that y'all give to all of these fucking avatars with all these made up titles that's assigned to them. Because I can't tell you how many queens are out here, and y'all don't hesitate to call them queens or kings or champ or big. Y'all put big. Everybody put big in front. Y'all don't. Nothing about y'all bothers that. So if nothing about you bothers you about calling these people big, king, and queen, then address these people with the pronouns that they want to be described by. So that's the only thing. So obviously, when you, as he even said, sometimes it's androgynous. It's like, okay, well, but still respectfully, what's the pronouns that you would prefer to be addressed? Because I want to be respectful and not disrespectful. But I could see the energy when they came onto the platform. I was like, Nah, these is the wrong niggas to be talking to.
Man.
That's it.
Man.
I could have just said, and I told Mandra, I love you, bro, but you picked the wrong niggas to bring to the conversation. Other than you, Mr. Bennett, I give bro Clarence a pass. The rest of them niggas could have stayed home because they
should have stayed home
to have a conversation.
If they I wish somebody had asked this question. If they knew what the topic was about and who the guests were going to be, and they still showed up with those attitudes, I mean, because
homophobic.
You know how you feel going into that conversation. There's no way you could have the type of reactions they had and not have had those reactions before. Otherwise, it would have been a little different. It would have been a little more confusing. Like why am I so hostile
all that
every
shit
time I hear
they said before.
Exactly.
Everything they said before. None of it was new.
So for me, you showed up with the intention of attacking.
So even with Freezy's quote unquote honest question, like, come on, Freezy. Come on, goddamn, it's 2023. How old are you?
Man.
How old are I mean, I'm sorry. So I saw you getting on, man. I'm like, nah. So I told you, like, hey, if I'm over here tomorrow, they get the business. I don't want to hear that bullshit. That shit was tragic and problematic and inexcusable.
Hey, real quick though, before we continue on, I want to show some people because some people might not have seen it. Man, this was Freezy on Reckless's panel, and I just want to show y'all a couple of clips of his.
And that was a 9-hour stream, which I didn't get through.
Man.
I did not get through that marathon.
I did not make it through all of that.
I made it halfway through though. So Reckless, I watched your shit and gave you a like. But it's too damn. And I did. I rock with Reckless on I don't even know who Miss Woody is, but Conscious read her the riot act.
Man.
And was right. Arshawn, you tried to defend her.
No, and I will still defend her. Conscious has a perspective. Conscious has a perspective, which I can respect.
Yeah.
But it's the method of your delivery.
The delivery. Yeah.
Yeah, because like again, I got a whole thing about that. But
and the weird part about that, I get 100% what you're saying, Conscious. You're wrong. But then when I hear Conscious, I'm like, nah, like you said, you ain't helping. And he was on that shit because I was like,
Reckless came up directly and told he came up specifically to let me know that she said I didn't come up to try to help the conversation. And if you say something like that when people are trying to clear up if two people are trying to clear up a grievance between them, and you say I came up and I just want to say my piece, but I didn't want to help the conversation. At that point, I'm like, cool.
And Conscious was crystal clear. He was like, this motherfucker came for the education. He gonna get it.
He gonna get it right now.
I'm with that.
But give me a second, Rico. I'm gonna play this first clip.
What's the rapper's name that was with Sierra? I keep forgetting his name. But no, I think ASAP Rocky. Yeah, ASAP Rocky.
No, Rihanna. That's Rihanna.
ASAP. Now I would say maybe ASAP Rocky didn't exude femininity. Maybe he just looked like a puss ass nigga carrying the baby while she leading him across the damn beach. Right? That's just my opinion. But
like that is some of the most ignorant stuff right there. So a black man holding his child, smiling, happy looking child, beaming child, giving him a kiss, showing affection, makes him a pussy ass nigga. Like, if that's what we're bringing to the table, if that's masculinity, if that's the standard we gotta uphold, man, I don't want it. I don't want it.
Crazy.
That was insane. Watts, 100 watts, too fly.
I just don't even know where. All I'm just saying is I don't know. When I very first saw the Rihanna, I was like, well, Rihanna. The first thing that crossed my mind was just like, I didn't even know who the nigga behind her was. So literally, I'm like, and look, and here's the problem. Even Freezy didn't know that nigga name.
True.
Freezy was like, that nigga behind.
True.
So he's in the position he's supposed to be in. Don't nobody know who the fuck he is?
I ain't even catch that. You're right.
Nobody.
He didn't even know who it was.
You know what he's known for? Getting in a fight, getting locked up in Switzerland, I believe. and begging Trump to get his ass out of jail. ASAP Rocky. That's what he's known. Or was it the
That's another ASAP. There's another. Yeah, I think that was another dude. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm just sitting there saying it's like that nigga ain't that famous. Rihanna's a fucking billionaire. She's a billionaire. So by the same token, the Jenner, right? Kylie Jenner, the billionaire bitch, and the one she got 2 kids by. Ain't nobody, that nigga gonna be in the same position. Because he ain't got $1 billion. So you know, it's just hearing that was like, and he wasn't, I was like, because he's behind her. I mean, like, nah, it ain't the most masculine thing, but I don't think it makes you emasculated in any way. And they literally, the topic was all about how the fuck does me walking behind a billionaire holding her hand with our baby? Nigga, I'm paid. I'm holding the bag. I'm ASAP Rocky. I'm holding and kissing the bag. Because this little motherfucker is the bag. I'm trying to shoot the club about 6 more times. Are you serious? I'm like, the fuck? Are you kidding me? I'm beating off in her milk in the morning. She gonna drink cum. Fuck this shit. Like, what? I'm just like, how are you guys literally making that a negative? Yella, you know you thought about it.
That nigga almost made me choke on his goddamn
What did he just say? What did he just say?
You don't want more babies.
What did he just say? Oh my God. I ain't never in my life heard that one before.
I want all the babies I can with her ass.
The proud feeling I had just went down 1%.
Yo. Oh God, my head. Oh my head.
And he just don't drink no milk around me.
You don't drink nothing. Eat nothing around this man.
Nothing.
Oh, so now I'm Bill Cosby.
Rocky milk.
Oh no.
Rocky milk. Hey.
Okay, but y'all get my point, right? I get the fact of I'm saying how is it problematic that you go really? Okay, Bree, leave me alone. Damn,
yo.
I'm gonna take this
Rico
L. I'm gonna take
putting sauce in everything.
But you literally get the point.
Something in the milk ain't clean.
How is that a problem if a house husband or a man? Yes, the third cup. If a house husband or a man is having children with a billionaire woman, how is that a problem? I'm literally trying to understand it.
I want to get in the conversation. That shit's funny.
You coming, Yellow?
You want to get in the conversation?
I'm trying to get in the conversation. That shit
Explain this to me, though.
No,
all
man,
these young men who are out here impregnating women who have not 1 millionth of the resources of this person, recklessly and foolishly every day.
Yeah.
And we big up that. We big up the guys who are sitting there slaying everybody down the block with zero resources and nothing and can't take care of their children. But we're going to shit on a black man who's impregnating a billionaire. Are you kidding me? It's nothing but a fucking win.
They gotta find a way. The thing is, they gotta find a way to make that bad because they'll never accomplish that. You know what I'm saying? Like them the type of niggas that'll fuck up the billionaire chick, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying, like I say all the time, bro. I give me a billionaire chick. I'm ASAP Rocky. I'm gonna be walking around with the kiss the cook apron on, nigga. I'm
House
gonna be
husband
a
like a motherfucker, right?
bro. What you talking about? It's a reason you wouldn't know my name. I wouldn't have a name.
PTA.
Right?
I
I
got a
wouldn't have a
minivan.
name, nigga. It'd be Mrs. Rihanna, Mr. Rihanna. Goddamn it,
I got a
shit.
minivan.
Rihanna's
PTA.
husband.
I'm making
Right.
fucking s'mores.
Bro, what you mean?
There ain't nothing that she can
I'm
fucking
gonna
ask
learn
for.
how. I'm gonna learn how to cut the little fucking fruit shit into little shapes and all that other shit. Fuck you mean? Yeah, damn it, I'm gonna be around this motherfucker with a
I'm
first
running the
aid
Christmas
kit on.
pageant. I'm
Fuck,
doing the Easter
bruh.
egg roll.
Bruh.
I'm doing every fucking thing that a woman do, and I'm gonna show you motherfuckers I can do it better.
I'm gonna do it better too. Yep.
Better.
I'm look. I'm I'm at a husband's looking at their wife like, why you can't do what he do?
Man.
Yes.
Why you can't do what he doing?
Why?
He cook,
Yes.
he clean, he take care of the kids. He rub her back, he rub her feet. Shit, what you mean?
I can't get it. I'm gonna do a billionaire with a B. We're not talking about a M, with a B.
Yeah.
There ain't a fucking thing, Rihanna. When she wake up, I'm sitting up there looking at her. Oh shit, she know. I'm fucking running. I'm running. Seriously.
Nigga, I be Stedman number 3, Sam. I don't give a fuck. Sign me for the Stedman package. Sign me up.
Hey.
And Stedman
Sign me up.
good as a
Dude.
motherfucker.
Come on, man. Come on. Cause
and
he bad for real, right? We be
So
like,
my thing is, how are we demonizing somebody like that, but yet we were willing to celebrate all these guys who are impregnating all of these so-called 304s, right? So if Future sit there and make Nick Cannon, baby mama after baby mama after baby mama after baby mama, Future after baby mama after baby, they celebrities. Like, give me a glass of milk. Fuck this shit.
I knew it, Brie. I knew it. When I saw the face with pouring the liquid in the mouth,
that's what it was.
I knew it, boy. Rihanna drinking her milk. I can't stay, y'all.
Oh man, milk emo coming on Twitch very soon.
What's all these lumps and bubbles at the top? That's fresh cow milk.
Oh.
We don't drink that pasteurized shit around here.
Just look curd, baby. Just look curd. Don't worry about it. Just look curd. Just go drink.
Man, I can't stand Joe, man.
I'm keeping my house happy. Fuck that
shit. I mean, I was talking about with black people. I can't even drink milk at nobody's house no more.
Hey, Yella, she be like, why does milk taste like gin? I don't know.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, he said, don't ignore the lumps and the bubbles. We'll drink that pasteurized shit over here.
That pasteurized shit over here.
Oh God, bro.
I hate it.
But y'all get you seriously, at the all bullshit aside, we all get the point. That's like, we can't make this guy an L. We can't make him an L. It is impossible that the husband of a billionaire now let me ask you this. Let me ask you guys this. Arshawn, let me ask you this. Anybody in the chat, have you heard anything about ASAP Rocky out there in the streets with other women? Haven't heard that, right?
That's true.
That's what I'm saying. He protecting the bag. He keeping this dick where it belongs in Rihanna.
In the middle.
He ain't out there in the street. Y'all leave me alone.
Little swizzle stick. He just stirring up the milk.
Okay. Fuck y'all, okay? But what I'm saying is, right, he could be out there in the streets, right, messing with other girls. So he ain't got a dick in nobody else's glass, right?
Well, I hope not. I hope not.
So you don't hear about him in the street. You don't hear about none of that recklessness. So he's doing some serious, he protecting the bag. And he shot her club up again. So he done put 2 in her ass. And I wish I could fit my fat ass in them chaps. I'll be strutting across that beat, belly out, looking pregnant. I strut my fat ass in them chaps across that beach. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know. Come on now. It was cheating accusations? Okay, I don't know. I don't know. But I would say this. At the end of the day, that cover on was not an L. That cover was a W.
Big
That's
W.
all.
Oh, big W.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, man.
Keep your milk glasses away from me.
Drinking out of pre-sealed bottles from now on. Goddamn it.
Oh man, he kept man now. Yeah, he better be. He need to be. Love the cover. Oh my God, y'all killing me. Y'all killing me. Before we go, I want to play one more of I want to play one more Freezy clip. Me and Yellow supposed to be doing verses in about 15 minutes. So I'm gonna play this other Freezy clip. Again, tomorrow is what we're gonna be talking about. This kind of mess right here.
Yes, sir.
I say stuff like that because I care about gay and queer people too. Well, no, let me back up. Black, Hispanic, and Native American gay and queer people. Yeah, I care about you guys. So
I mean, when IG started doing the hand signals, I'm like, bruh. But he corrected himself to exclude certain races of queer people. He's like, I care about
white people
and Asian. So he corrected himself to exclude certain races of people. So I'm like, that kind of silliness right there. I'm like, man, we got to call that out. Now, if you
say
racist, Black,
Native, and Hispanic. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, if you racist, say you racist. If you homophobic, say you homophobic. Homophobic. I would rather you stand on something that we don't agree with than that. I love gay people, and then say some.
When you love them all.
Right.
Yeah, I'm like, man, it's that's a part of our community. Is we keep trying to what Captain America said, trade lives. We keep trying to pick certain people that we agree with, because we run into this now that America is so multicultural. We keep saying, hey, you got to be black. You can't come with us unless you black. Well, what about if you ain't 100% black? What if somebody's black and Asian and queer?
Yeah.
I ain't talking about, well, I only care about black and brown and indigenous queer people. But what if I'm half Asian queer? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if I'm half Asian? So does my Asian side not get love from you? Or so we have to quit being so compartmentalized in that way, because we keep dismissing people, and that's not. It's not conducive to people who are at the bottom of the numeric totem pole to continue operating like that. It's silly. It's Very not. True. Is that not? I don't know what the Hebrew Israelites do. No idea. No idea. But y'all, I know I'm about to kill some of y'all's time real quick. I really wanted to get this in too. It's about 7 minutes of this video, but this is Professor Odie. I really like what he was talking about. He talks about manhood too. If we go in a little bit of overtime, I'm sure Yellow forgive me, but it's about 7 minutes here. I'm gonna let that play.
The title is, but it's gonna pop up in the description in the title place. But essentially, it's a conversation around challenging what we as Black men perceive to be masculinity, right? What we specifically as Black men have utilized in the past in order to identify with our more balanced and healthier selves and what that looks like, right? So, for example, in the conversation that I was having with Slim, he said that he used to do some work with community organizations in the Black community, in the way that it is that he learned
You ain't right,
how
Rick.
to
You ain't
come
wrong
about
either.
his understanding.
I'm joining that lawsuit too.
Allowed him to have epiphanies about what it means to respect and understand the feminine, not only just as a an energetic source outside of him, but something that existed within him as an individual, and something that can influence the way that it is that he moves through the world. So as he and I were having a conversation, what he basically said was that if a man has submitted to understanding and seeking knowledge within the self through discipline and through crafting structure for himself, then women are going to want to follow him, not simply because they want to quote unquote be submissive to him, but it looks like, and you can tell, that this man has learned how to protect and manage for himself first, right? He has learned how to stabilize. He has learned how to identify. He has learned
That's
how
what
to
Conscious talked about.
right? And a number of men believe that in order for them to feel whole, to feel healthy, to feel, complete as men, they have to engage with women in such a way where it's consumptive or it's, suppressive, right? A number of men conflate suppression and submission, right? Because the masculinity that we practice now does not teach us how to earn submission. It teaches us how to create suppression, right? So as we were having this conversation, as I said previously, Slim said, having this ability to discipline oneself into one's purpose, to discipline oneself into one's own drive, to discipline oneself into one's own factors of stability, increases the probability of you having more pleasant communications and interactions. Now, what does this have to do with Black malehood? What does this have to do with understanding what Black masculinity is? A number of us as men identify ourselves or identify our processes through this concept of doing, right? This concept of being, or this concept of behaving. And when we align ourselves in this way, right? When we behave in this way, it makes us feel fulfilled in our manhood. It makes us feel as if though we are doing the quote unquote manly thing, right? Now, identifying it from that perspective or recognizing it from that perspective, what we get is this concept, or what we get is this archetype that we all tend to follow in order to, once again, increase our perception of what manhood is, right? Now, if we do not take the time as men to critically examine, if we do not as men take the time to critically examine that nexus or critically examine that archetype, we can fall into, how can I say? We can fall into negative patterns of manhood that don't do us any good, right? What's an example that does not have to do with women or does not have to do with things of us externally? Well, think about how it is that you approach yourself in your internal narrative as a man, right? Do you approach yourself gently, or do you speak to yourself in such a way that's demeaning? Do you speak to yourself in such a way that's neglectful? Do you speak to yourself in such a way that's, tearing yourself down? What does your inside voice sound like? Is it more of a critic or a cheerleader, right? And when I ask a number of men this question, it dawns on them that the way that they talk to themselves is not even gentle. It's not endearing. It's not self-loving. It's self-deprecating. It's self-removing, right? We don't truly evolve into this space or into this internal dialogue that is more conducive to the man that we would like to be. What does it have to do with femininity, Odie? Well, a number of men believe that even talking to themselves gently will make them more weak. Even being more vulnerable with themselves will increase their weakness. And I was like, me and Slim agreed, right? There are a number of men who still feel that emotional intelligence is feminine, right? That emotional intelligence is not a skill that should be utilized for the growth and for the development of healthy families, right? So how does that relate in a lot of ways to, once again, we as men, we as Black men, understanding what our Blackness looks like, or understanding what we as Black men or us as Black men can use as a baseline to develop a healthier masculinity, right? So I'm going to look up this quote by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., right? Because I want to make sure that I'm quoting this correctly. So give me a quick second.
And I don't think I heard this quote until he said it.
There we go. So, what is needed is a realization that power without love is reckless and abusive, and that love without power is sentimental and anemic, right? It's from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., right? But where do we go from here, speech? What is needed is a realization that power without love is reckless and abusive, and that love without power is sentimental and anemic. What does this mean?
Cool. But I thought that, so power without love is sentimental and anemic.
I thought reckless and abusive. No, power without
power,
love.
reckless and abusive. I flipped them.
Right. I know. That's what I wanted to catch you.
Appreciate you. But that quote was interesting because we need to have the balance, the power and the love, the masculine and the feminine. We need to balance those out. But something in masculinity, what we've been breeding in masculinity and manhood, we've been trying to force that out, and it doesn't make sense. And we're also then trying to force it out of women, and we won't even acknowledge it in LGBT people. Because when everybody gave their description of what masculinity was on that panel, they talked about conscious and reckless. Until conscious and reckless said, "Is it me?" Then they were like, "Nah, you don't qualify. You dropped out." So that's that kind of, we need to have a better understanding and a more consistent. It can't be picking and choosing who meets the criteria. If they check that box, man, they check that box. And it can't just be presentation. It can't just be aesthetic. It can't just be voice, tonation. It can't just be gestures. You know, all that's expression, and we cannot leave it at that place. So before we get ready to head up out of here, before me and Yella head over to Twitch, Rico, if you are nearby, if you could give us your closing thoughts. Otherwise, we'll start with Yella. So let's go ahead and start with Yella.
No, I'm here. I want you and
go.
Yella to close it because you guys, this is you guys' show, and you guys do an excellent job. Let me first and foremost say thank you, Arshawn, for doing this with me. Man, it feels good.
Yeah,
feels good. And thank you, Yella, for allowing me to be a part of the duo. You know, I don't do you Twitchers. I got to figure out Twitch. So I'm a fucking old. I got to figure out Twitch.
Is that why you use the hard R?
Yeah.
Twitchers.
Right.
Twitchers.
Instead of Twitches. Right. So, but no, it felt really good. I felt really, really good being over here, speaking on the topics that we spoke about. There's just far too few spaces like this. Far too few. Even with me working with Bro Clarence, and I'm constantly, and we're doing it old folk style. So I mean, I'm just like, hell, we old shit. What do you expect? You know, we're trying to do it the best that we can. But you guys, I try to leave the conversations that I think that maybe we don't have the depth for people who do have the depth. And I listen to you and I watch you guys, and I was like, that's why even when I heard some of the other spaces, I'm like, these people just don't have the depth for those conversations. They shouldn't be having them. I hear that there's no conversation that I think is too deep for here with you gentlemen. And I say that with all sincerity, not trying to big you up, but just, you know, Arshawn, I raised you right. So, you know, I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to believe in that. And I see the genius in you and the way that you think, your intellect, your intelligence. Same thing with you, Yella. No disrespect. You come with it hard, but it's like, that shit is deep. It's to the moment. And I love the balance that you guys have. Arshawn will get deep and you'll be like deep too, but you'll be like, nah, but fuck this shit. It just needs to be said this way. It needs to be straight to the chaser. Some things can be intellectually, some things need to be right in your face. Because while Arshawn's whispering in their ear, Yella, you punching them in the face because you know what, you need both to get it. And I do think it's so important, and I just appreciate you guys, you know, having the opportunity to sit here and want to listen to me, Arshawn, you making the space for us to have the conversation about the things that we talked about. I hope the topics that we brought up were meaningful. Obviously, it won't touch your masterpiece yesterday. And I tell everybody, you did not see that shit yesterday. You better watch it on replay. That shit was required reading fire. No, seriously, I say that. You gave me hope. That show y'all did yesterday gave me hope, because prior to that, I was about done with you niggas. I was about done with y'all. I like it. Fuck you niggas. I just like, it's so depressing. So to see these spaces where you, Yella, Bree, Sister Bree, keep kicking me in the ass, keep educating me. I'm always sitting there watching you and your kitty cat ears. I still got to ask questions about your kitty cat ears, but y'all give me hope with the way that y'all, no, but the topics and the conversation, the intellectual way that y'all discuss things. It's important. Don't think people are not listening. We are. Unfortunately, it's not enough of us. But you know what? I'm going to keep shouting you out. I'm going to keep pushing it. I'm going to keep pushing the algorithm. And you know, we're going to win. It's not going to be a fast race. It's going to be a long race, but we're going to win. And whether we win, lose, or draw, fuck it. Stay true to who we are. And I love you guys for it. I love you. I love you. I love you. Thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow, sir. And I'll definitely make sure, man, because, you know, with the Come On Man, I really think, man, you just might have to come on over to the Come On Man. I don't know what you and Bro Clarence's schedule, but we typically do it on Thursday.
I don't know about no damn Twitch. Y'all got to teach me. I'm old.
No, on YouTube. We've been doing the Come On Man right here on YouTube.
On what days?
On Thursdays.
What time?
3 p.m., just like today.
Okay, I'll figure it out. You know.
Let me know.
I'm gonna have you call my wife. She like you. I don't know why.
Everybody.
I don't know why she like your ass.
I'm likable.
She's always liked Arshawn.
I'm a nice guy.
Cause you know she thought, I don't know why she like you. All right, look, have a good night. Hey, have a great stream, sir. Thank you. God bless.
Appreciate you, my guy, Rico. Yella, man, before we get up out of here and switch over to the Twitchers, go ahead and tell us what you think. I know you had to dip for a minute, man, but let me go ahead and, I don't know why I didn't give him the big face cam, man, but you know, bam.
Yeah, my bad. I had to dip out and take care of something real quick. But man, thank you. Shout out to Rico for coming through, man, and giving us his wisdom, man. I always appreciate talking to Rico. Brother Rashawn, we trying to get a little message out, man. And this all gonna wrap up tomorrow, because if anybody felt like we was leaving somebody out, everybody finna get what they gonna get tomorrow. So be here same time, right?
Same time, man. Same time.
All right, same time. You know what I'm saying? Same bat time, same bat channel. You know what I'm saying? For our reactions to the main panel tomorrow. But I want everybody to come over tonight. Come over to Twitch. Matter of fact, right now when we leave here, y'all see the thing. I didn't post the link, so you know, copy and paste, motherfuckers. Come on over to Twitch right after this stream. We're gonna be doing a versus battle. If y'all ain't seen one of our versus battles yet, y'all gonna fucking love this shit. We doing 2 categories. You know what I'm saying? A couple songs each. Y'all can vote, so y'all the judges. We just here, and we're gonna have some fun tonight, man. Shake off some of this bullshit though. But man, I appreciate everybody coming through. Everybody who came through, and everybody who was in the shadows lurking. I wish I had my what's his name? My Gary Coleman outro. But for all those who was just lurking in the shadows, y'all know what time it is. I'll catch y'all later.
All right, everybody. Again, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. All of y'all's presence the entire show, man. That means a lot. I appreciate all of it. Again, I know it's weird, and I know I complain a lot. I'm a critic, you know. I'll be living up to the name. I'll be criticizing. I'm trying not to focus on the negative, but I really do appreciate all of y'all for a lot of different reasons. A lot of y'all to be in the chat. A lot of y'all other content creators, man. I'll be trying to support as much as I can in all of the different kinds of ways. But I really thank all of y'all because it took all of y'all to get me to this point. I mean, because y'all know I was ready to quit. Y'all know I was, man, running over to Twitch and then running back over here. So I really do appreciate all of y'all for y'all's wisdom, y'all's encouragement, y'all's guidance, y'all's assistance, y'all's collaboration, all of that good stuff. So I really do appreciate all of y'all. We're, again, getting ready to go do some music on Twitch because YouTube won't allow it. If y'all want to, the link is in the chat. If you don't, I will see y'all next time. Tomorrow, we will be doing the response to that Black Man Unfiltered panel. And man, it's going to be a long one. It's going to be, I mean, this is 4 hours, so it might be around the same amount of time. I got a lot of timestamps. I went through the entire stream all over again and created timestamps so we can go through things point by point and, you know, call back to anything that need, you know, because some of the conversation had callbacks, like hypocrisy, you know, catch people in contradictions, all that good stuff. So I really want to handle that tomorrow. Hope all of y'all have a wonderful evening, but we are out.
God bless the food, goddammit. God bless the food. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna end this goddamn thing. Look, where's that goddamn money bowl at? Who got that money bowl? We taking that money right now before you leave this bitch. We ain't leaving out here for free, motherfucker. Where that money bowl at? Don't have me to fire this bitch off now. Where that money bowl at? Don't you look? Don't make me shoot it. All right, Officer Tuckerson one already dead motherfucker. I don't mind shooting another motherfucker. Oh.